Order. Thank you for joining us tonight. We have two items to consider tonight, and if forwarded to council, they will be considered on July the 25th. So whatever the decision is, come back to City Council. They make the final decision. Before we look at the items tonight, I'd like to ask the board for their desire regarding the minutes from the June 9th meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve.
A second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. Or in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries. The first item on the agenda is Z-22-10/V-22-22/1110 Upper Hembury Road. I believe Michael is going to present.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. The first item before you this evening is a rezoning and variance to allow for a single-family detached home to be converted to a medical or professional office. And the property is approximately 1 acre. They're requesting a rezoning from R15, which allows single-family detached homes, to OP, office professional, and there's a variance to allow gravel parking. I do have the overhead, the location map on the overhead. The subject property is located at 1110 Upper Hembury Road on the north side of Upper Hembury and just west of Harris Road. Here's a little bit better aerial of the property. The property sits here. And then this is a street view of the property. Again, this is a residential home currently. Surrounding properties are zoned R12 to the north and O&I office institutional to the east, west, and south. Birch Hollow subdivision is located to the north. Peach State Pool Service and Builders is located to the west. An IT company is located to the east, and Alpha Medical Plaza is located to the south. The comprehensive land use plan designation of the property is professional business office, which allows the proposed zoning district. As it relates to the gravel parking, the UDC requires that off-street parking off-street parking areas be surfaced with concrete or asphalt. We did look at the applicant's request. They're depicting a 7 parking space new parking lot at the front of the existing home, so in this location here. And we do think that there's a benefit from a stormwater management and tree impact perspective. Of course, the gravel is just more porous and allows the water to penetrate into the ground. Do think that conditions are necessary to do the gravel parking area, specifically a grid system in that area to reduce compacting of the soils, since there are tree roots in that particular area. We've had other variance requests for gravel parking, the most recent at Boise. The neighboring property at 62 and 72 Thompson Street, I believe that's the Alcovey project that's under construction. And then at 12570 Hopewell Road, we had a gravel driveway and parking variance request. Also in the city's downtown overlay, we allow gravel parking as an incentive to save historic properties. Going back to the site plan that I have on the screen, the existing structure is approximately 1,820 square feet. Again, the applicant is proposing to convert that to office use. Access is from the existing driveway off of Upper Hembury Road. The applicant does not propose any additions to the structure currently, so they're just proposing to utilize the existing structure. And that structure is set back approximately 95 feet from Upper Hembury Road. So it's got a pretty significant setback, which allows for that parking added to the front of the property. There's 9 total parking spaces depicted on the site plan. There's 2 in the existing driveway on the side of the home, and then there's 7 new parking spaces in that gravel parking lot at the front. The 9 parking spaces meets both the parking requirement for professional and medical office. So one requires 1 per 200 square feet, the other 1 per 250 square feet. So it does meet regardless of the office type. There are 4 specimen trees that have been identified on the applicant's tree assessment, those located in the front yard. All 4 trees will be saved in the front yard. There's also a 50-foot undisturbed buffer at the rear of this property. This property does abut the Birch Hollow subdivision. It abuts residential, so there will be a 50-foot undisturbed buffer requirement. There are trees existing currently on the property in this particular area here. Our undisturbed buffer requirements, as defined in our code, require that those areas be replanted where sparse to create an opaque screen. And then this just gives you a quick view of the type of grid system that we're talking in conjunction with the gravel parking area so that we don't have the soils being compacted. Of course, we reviewed the applicant's proposal against the established review criteria for rezoning and variance. We found that the zoning proposal is consistent with the surrounding development pattern and the comprehensive land use plan designation of the property. And we did acknowledge the positive benefits of the gravel parking as it relates to stormwater and impacts to trees. And as I mentioned earlier, if the variance for the gravel parking is approved, we are recommending a grid system and barrier under the gravel parking area. Applicant indicated that they did not receive any comments from the public with respect to their outreach. And then at the June 8th Community Zoning Information Meeting, where this item was shown to the public, we did not have any public comments. Staff is recommending approval of the rezoning and variance on this property, subject to 7 conditions, and I'll go through those. Condition 1 is the site plan specific condition, rezoning approximately 0.99 acres to OP, and limiting the site plan to the site layout dated 4/20/2022. Condition 2, exterior modifications to the existing structure shall be residential in character as determined and approved by staff. 3, developer shall dedicate necessary right-of-way along Upper Hembry Road and shall improve the streetscape with curb and gutter, minimum 6-foot planter planted with street trees, minimum 6-foot sidewalk and pedestrian lighting as approved by staff. Sidewalk shall be installed with minimal impacts to trees as approved by staff. Condition 4, landscape strip along Upper Hembry Road shall be planted with appropriate landscape material in consideration of spacing limitations based on existing trees as approved by staff. Condition 5 is the specimen tree saves. Tree numbers 1020, 1022, and 1023 are listed in the arborist report to be saved. Condition 6, a 50-foot undisturbed buffer shall be provided at the rear of the property and shall be replanted where sparse with a mix of evergreen trees and shrubs as approved by staff. In Condition 7, gravel parking lot shall be permitted as depicted on the submitted site layout dated 4/20/2022. To protect tree roots, a grid system and biobarrier shall be required under the gravel parking area, and stone or paver edging material shall be required around the perimeter of the gravel parking area to maintain rock base as approved by staff. And that concludes the presentation. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you for your presentation. I have just one question. What is the proposed use of the building?
So the proposed use is either professional office or medical office.
Medical.
Did ask the applicant if he had an end user. He does have some information for you this evening, so you may want to follow up with a question to the applicant on that.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, Michael, I got a question for you. I'm very familiar with the corridor. just wanted to understand the precedence of single-family changing and the justification behind that. I think the last one we saw was at the corner of Harris. And I think that turned into a church, bring a single-family home in the ranch style, and that was approved, I think, into a church. I don't think they've done anything yet, maybe it was Spirit of God or something like that. I think they were the ones, the last applicant that we saw and approved in that. Otherwise, there's been a history of a lot of single-family homes switching over to professional use. And you've seen that through those corridors, and is it the city's opinion that that would continue?
Yeah, that meets the vision for this corridor. So the vision of this corridor, the future land use vision, is professional business office. So while that corridor originally developed as single-family detached residences, they have changed over the years, as Commissioner Brady had indicated. I believe Spirit of God was the last request. I think before that was the Paul Patch Animal Hospital, which is just to the east of this particular property. If this one is approved, there will be one residentially zoned property left on that corridor, and it'll be the one at the northwest corner of Harris and Upper Hembury.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? No further questions at this time. We are going to have the applicant come forward and make a presentation. Please state your name and address for the record.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
Richard Warnick, 3366 Carverton Lane, Alpharetta, Georgia. Yes, the person that's going to, or has bought this property, is going to use it as an office is Melanie Stetsy. It's a startup business, and the name of the business is Right Now Fencing. And she's going to probably try and get in initially at least while her business grows. I think she's planning on trying to find another tenant to share the office at the expense of the location. But for now, it's just, a startup business. And we're concurring with the conditions tonight. And really, there's been no comments. The tree cover there is extensive, and none of what we're going to do will remove the tree cover. All the specimen trees will remain. There should not be any root encroachment. They're quite a ways away from the house. Actually, the front yard has most all the specimen trees, and so it should be a good use of property.
Thank you. That was short and sweet. Any questions for
You
the
got bigger things to do tonight.
Any questions? Well, the board has no questions for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to open the meeting for public comments. All in favor, please come forward. Seeing none, all in opposition, please come forward. All right, since there is no one in favor, no one in opposition. Anything else you'd like to add? Talking to the applicant? Nothing. All right, I'm going to turn this over to the board for a motion and our discussion.
Can we ask Eric a question?
Yes, you can.
Hi, Eric. Can you speak to us about the gravel parking lot, and you're okay with it, and the grid system and the bio barrier? And
yeah, really the grid system, or the geogrid, is to help provide them the stability they need for the parking lot without having to do a whole lot of compacting of the soils underneath the before they put the rock down. And so that's there's a bunch of specimen trees, and that was our concern, and that's why they asked for the gravel parking lot to begin with, is my understanding. And so that the combination of the geogrid, in addition to the gravel is all the same size, is going to be porous, allow the water through, and then also be stable enough to have a good long lasting life.
so this really helps save the specimens trees' life expectancy by doing this.
Yes, because you don't want to park cars and run over the tree rooting area. That kills the trees by not allowing the water and the oxygen to get to the tree roots.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
All right?
Yeah, I think we've seen this, like I mentioned before, I think we've seen this corridor changing. I think this is in line with precedents of what we've seen in the area. I think converting it to an office it's not a redevelopment, so it doesn't have all the different kind of considerations we would have for that. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve Z-22-10/V-22-22 1110 Upper Hembry Road with all conditions noted.
Second.
Go ahead.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. Any further discussion? I believe these checks all the boxes, and we appreciate applications like this. It fits with what is actually happening in the future land use plan, comprehensive land use plan. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries. It will go before council on July the 25th. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is MP-22-03/Z-22-05/CU-22-02/V-22-07 North Point Redevelopment, and Kathy is presenting tonight.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, Commissioners and Chairman. The next item before you is shown to you on the screen, and the submitted request, if it's approved, would allow for the demolition of approximately 464,000 square feet of the existing mall, including 2 anchor boxes in redevelopment with 315,700 square feet of new retail, restaurants and creative office, 120,000 square feet of office, 150-room hotel, 904 rent units, 36 for-sale townhomes, and approximately 18 acres of open space on 83.67 acres within the North Point overlay. The residential density proposed is 11.2 dwelling units per acre, and a master plan amendment is requested to the North Point Mall master plan to modify development regulations. Rezoning is requested as part of this from PSC, Planned Shopping Center, to mixed use, and a conditional use is requested to allow dwelling, for rent dwelling, for sale attached, and to increase the allowable density. Variances are also requested, which we'll discuss, to increase building height, encroach into the Georgia 400 buffer for the MARTA BRT and the multi-use trail that's planned. And again, the property is zoned PSC and MU, subject to the North Point master plan. Properties to the north, of course, is to the north and east is subject to the North Point Business Center master plan. So this property is a separate master plan. Of course, Georgia 400 that's located to the north. You have some out parcels that are not part of this application that actually border North Point Parkway. And then there's a Stormwater Park that's a shared park, and we'll talk more about the details of that later. But there are portions that are owned by this applicant, and then there's portions that are actually owned from the North Point Business Center owners that are located here to the west of the property. There are 2 hotels that border to the east. We have a hotel that's located here at this corner, as well as the La Quinta that's located here at this corner. And of course, if this is approved, this would significantly expand the redevelopment efforts that were approved for the mall just a few years ago. So it was actually in 2019 that there was a plan approved for 300 rentals, and that was removal of a Sears. So this request with the new ownership is for a request of removal of a Sears, basically almost 500,000 square feet of retail, very different from the previous application. This is located again within the North Point overlay. And to remind everybody, the density priority map, as part of that North Point overlay, it was important to determine what are areas that we should recognize as priority areas. And we came up with priority area 1 as well as priority area 2. The priority area here is shown as area 1. And this is the property that you'll be looking at this evening. We have identified other areas that are still priority, but they're the priority 2. So you can see the difference in the priorities. And I apologize, this area was actually removed, and this area at the bottom was added. So there's a little bit of changes in this map, but priority 1 still remains with the area that you're looking at. And I'll put the site plan up here. So this site plan actually shows all 3 phases that they're proposing. And as we talk about it, all 3 phases are actually planned over a 9-year time span. The plan, again, shows the removal of the Sears and the JCPenney's, which is located in this area. It shows the addition on phase 1, 330 apartments. This is, in general, the area that was approved a couple of years ago with the Brookfield application. It also shows an office building that's located adjacent to the future MARTA BRT that would be located in the middle of Georgia 400. This is shown as phase 2. Phase 2 also includes a rental component of 330 stacked for rent, and it includes 24 townhomes. Now, these are still planned as a rental product, the townhomes that would be located adjacent to the ring road. Phase 3 is shown as 250 apartments that are located here in this building, and it also shows 36 townhomes. This would be the for sale component as part of phase 3 that's shown here. The red that you see here in the middle, that is proposed to be restaurants that are located around an activated green. They also have a food hall shown at the new entrance into the mall. And this is the Macy's, that's the existing Macy's that will remain. And they've added some buildings to the edge of that Macy's, so you'll have a new entrance to the mall. And in some of the renderings I'll show you later, they've actually added a new tower feature. That's about here, just to kind of get your bearings of some of the renderings that we'll be looking at. That tower feature is shown to be installed in front of the existing Macy's. And I think it's helpful to kind of go through their 3D models to just show you exactly what I just went through, but I think the 3D models kind of show the progression. So this is the partial demolition. This is the Sears, the Pennies, the demolition of the interior part of the mall, and that would be with the first phase. It's a good rendering of the vertical massing for that first phase of development. So this is the 330 apartments, and as part of the first phase, of course, they have to amenitize the entrance and plan for the green spaces as well as the village area that they'll have along the front. So this is the vertical rendering of phase 1. This still remains undeveloped. Phase 2, you can see the massing with phase 2. They've added the office building. Again, that would be adjacent to a pedestrian bridge that will go over to 400 for the BRT that's planned in the middle of 400. This is the apartment complex, and these are the townhomes that are also rental. And then phase 3, I'll show you what that looks like. Phase 3, so that's at full build-out. Stormwater Park, the townhomes that are the for sale product, as well as the apartments. And this is shown as a retail box. They haven't named who that retailer will be. And this is an office. It's designated as office or a hotel, so 150 room hotel or an office component. Back to looking at the site plan. Of course, there is a new roadway corridor that's created, and this is the main street going in to the development. But they've also created blocks. So the future of North Point will be able to create those blocks. That was something that was a concern with the last approval that was approved in 2020 because they didn't break up the property to make it walkable. So that's something that we did see with this particular application. Total of 5,739 parking spaces are provided for the development. That does include the remaining portion of the mall. And the UDC does require a little over 5,000 parking spaces for the applicant's proposal and remaining areas of the mall. And that does include the 20% reduction that we put in place for the North Point overlay. It was something that was important to make sure that we reduce parking. Of course, the goals within the North Point overlay is to reduce the amount of parking. The applicant's open space plan depicts 18.38 acres, or 22% open space, and I'll put that plan here. And I did provide a table that provides a breakdown of the open space, and that includes a variety of different improvements, such as plaza and squares, pocket parks. And if you're looking at this map, the yellow is the civic space that they would improve, and the amenity space is shown in orange. Something that's hard to see on this plan is there is a plan to put in the bike trail that would go around the loop road. So if you think about the loop road that's there now, it's 3 lanes. So of course there's not a lot of too much traffic on the 3 lanes that you couldn't remove one of those and create that bicycle lane. So that gives them the availability to make that bicycle trail connection, which is a very important connection. They also include a pedestrian connection over to the BRT. So with the BRT that's planned and the MARTA kiss and ride drop-off, it's important that people have a pedestrian path. So not only would they be able to come down the streets that are created that will have sidewalks, but there'll also be a trail that's created in order to bring them over to the Stormwater Park. So those are part of the amenity space and the civic space that they're creating. And one of the main pieces that's really important to the future of North Point is improvements to the Stormwater Park. So that is shown as one phase being completed with their first phase of development, and then the third phase of development would require improvements to this section of the Stormwater Park. And within the North Point overlay, the Stormwater Park itself was part of it. It was shown as a $25 million improvement for the future. So there are many plans to hope to, in the future, that there are additional improvements made to this property. Part of the concern right now is that they don't have full ownership. So as I stated earlier, part of this, the part that's shown here in white with the blue stream, is owned by Acesso, which is located to the west of the development. The North Point overlay does require 10% of the site to be set aside as civic space and 5% to be set aside as amenity space. And since they are requesting a conditional use to increase the density above 8 dwelling units per acre, the minimum civic space increase is 13.2%. So if they were just asking for the 8 units to the acre, it would be 10%. Since they're 3.2 over, the increase goes to 13.2. Impacts trees, of course, are minimal because most of this is within the parking lot. Of course, there'll be some tree removal as part of improvements to the Stormwater Park. They did submit a large package of details for their elevations, and I'll go through some of those, but not the entire package. And I do know that they have a video and probably additional renderings that they'll include. But let me show you what some of those that were included. They actually broke out the different parts of the development to show Station, which is the existing mall that will remain, as well as the improvements at the front. They're calling the interior build out the village, which is more or less, green spaces. That's where you're going to see most of your pedestrian activity, with the small buildings that they're proposing, the restaurants around the village. And then the neighborhood, which is the rental component, with, of course, active uses that would be located on the first floor. So I'll show you some of the detailing they submitted for the village portion. The architecture includes a lot of brick and stone, but they also include a lot of outdoor spaces. And you'll see in some of our recommended conditions, we are recommending that they have rooftops, a minimum of one rooftop. We're also recommending outdoor seating, as well as covered porches. And we would not require additional parking for these areas because it's something that we want to encourage. We believe that if it's more pedestrian friendly, the better, and to have these different event spaces will be important to their success. And this is still within the village. Again, that's the restaurant area that's located in the middle. And the last one for the village. And I'll move on to the neighborhood. Elevations submitted for the neighborhood include renderings that show the Fourth Ward Park in Atlanta, because this was part of the visioning and the inspiration for the future of the Stormwater Park. It also, of course, includes the MARTA station. So there's a lot of connections within the neighborhood portions. But the neighborhood will also have first floor retail on that main street going into the mall. So you'll also see some awnings, creative signage, because it's important to keep people walking through that area. Another important part of the design on the actual rental buildings is to have the different heights. So to have the setbacks, you can see that there's a lot of relief, and here's a better picture of that, between the two different buildings, and that helps to show that it's something that's built over time. So those are part of their design standards that they put together, and of course all of this would be subject to going through the design review board. And then one more blow up of that area. And then finally the station, which is the existing mall. A lot of improvements are planned for the front, because you got to be able to tie this in, make sure that the architecture is interesting, and that you create a place where people will go into the existing mall. So this is the new entrance area to the mall. Also an activity area that's shown as part of that. So there's the event lawn. They had some renderings within the package that showed that they could actually have up to 3,500 within this space. So there's also a condition that if it's approved, that it at least have a stage area in order to have performances within this area that can attract up to 3,500. They also have plans for the interior of the mall. I'll show you some of those. And that's most of the package from the elevation. I'm sure that they'll have additional renderings to show to you. And then the for rent that's proposed, as I mentioned, there's 900 rentals that are proposed. And careful consideration is always given to maintaining a balance of for rent to for sale product in the city. And within our comprehensive land use plan, we do have a goal that states that we should maintain a balance between owner-occupied and renter-occupied in Alpharetta, such that at least 68% of the housing stock is owner-occupied. And how do we do that? We have a rental update that we look at every couple of years. We get updates when the census information comes out, as well as the American Community Survey that comes out with 1- and 5-year estimates. That's something that we looked at over the last couple of months to find out where we are. And of course, there are several factors that we should consider with requests for apartments: the mix of uses, design, long-term viability, impacts to city facilities and services, as well as the traffic and impacts to schools. Office space already exists as proposed within the LCI, and high-density housing should be tied to office space. That's something that we've tied to within other mixed-use developments, that they have that office component. Within this and adjacent to this particular application and property, there's 561,575 square feet of existing office at Encore Commons. That's the office buildings that are located here to the west. There's 30,000 square feet of co-working office space inside the mall that was approved, and 120,000 square feet of new office. All of that office together would generate about 3,000 to 3,500 employees, and that's just looking at the office space, not the overall number of employees for the total space. The city's rental housing study, which we updated in May, recommends an annual target entitlement of approximately 116 for rent units per year in order to achieve that policy of trying to maintain 68% of housing stock to be owner-occupied. Current U.S. Census American Community Survey 5-year estimates from 2016 to 2020 show the city is at 67.7% owner-occupied housing units, which is just below our minimum of 68%, as stated. And then I provided a table which shows what the city has approved. We've approved 555 for-rent units, as well as 159 assisted living units since 2019. As part of that 555 for rent, 300, of course, that was part of phase 1 of the North Point development. So that's something that still runs with this property. Staff does adhere to a 5-year time frame when we make recommendations. And for this particular application, they are asking for a 9-year time frame. So our recommendations for the rental are based upon the 5-year comp plan. And the reason that we do that is the comp plan is actually updated every 5 years. That's something that we just updated last year. So we don't know if that policy is going to change. So the policy that was just recently approved of 6832 is something that staff, when we make our recommendations, we stick to recommending no more than the 116 per year for that 5 years. That's just something that is our policy that we use. And you'll see that reflected within our recommendations. So our recommendations have approval for the 300 that's already been approved, that you could immediately obtain that certificate of occupancy. And then phase 2, since it's a 2025, we made the recommendation for those with a certificate of occupancy to follow. But we did not recommend in our final recommendation past that time frame for rentals. The buildings are proposed to be up to 5 stories or 85 feet in height with structured parking decks and on-site amenities. And that is a variance because the North Point overlay requires a maximum of 4 stories. So they are requesting the 5 stories, and that is something that we are recommending for this particular application. Rental units are proposed in large multifamily buildings, except that phase 2, again, that includes the 24 here. These are actually the 24 townhome units. And also within the North Point overlay, we have the eco-district requirements. So they are required to, as part of redevelopment, meet certain guidelines for redevelopment. And I'll show you what they're proposing with it to meet the eco-district standards. Actually, within your packet, they've broken it down into certain zones, with Zone 1 as part of the first phase of development. Zone 2 is part of the second phase of eco-district standards, and then they also listed those different standards that they would meet. We require, as part of a land disturbance permit, that you submit for each phase of development the eco standards that you're going to meet. So we have a couple of different developments that have been developed within North Point. We have the townhomes that are under construction that are at the entrance to this development, as well as North Point 2, which is at Haynes at North Point. So when they came in for redevelopment, they have to show and prove that they've met those eco-district standards. At this phase, we get the list of what they're proposing, but that is something that we would have to clarify and make sure it's substantiated as part of that land disturbance permit. And I mentioned earlier, one of the big draws to the future of North Point is going to be this Stormwater Park. And I have some renderings to show you what that public space activation would be. And if you haven't, if you can't visualize what that looks like now, I think you can see this, but this is actually at North Point Drive if you're overlooking into the woods. So the reason it's something that could be very special to that area is because you can see kind of the water pattern here. Hopefully you can, but a lot of times with detention facilities, they're very structural with heavy concrete walls. That's not what exists out here. So it is something that can be a big park feature. So I'll show you what they're proposing as the first phase. Again, this would be restricted to this area here, which is a little over, it's an acre and a half that they own here at this corner. And they're proposing an overlook. You can see the overlook that's shown here in the renderings, as well as a future trail connection that would connect to the other section that they own, which is the second water feature within this property. And you can see in the middle of this is actually a stream that's running through the middle. Again, very non-structural. That's what makes this area, which is close to 13 acres in all, a very attractive potential for redevelopment. Other open space that they're proposing to activate. This is the new entrance to the mall. This is the restaurants around a pedestrian gathering area. So this is additional green space that has water features, as well as that gathering area that's right at the entrance to the mall. Macy's is located here. This is a new building. It's a restaurant building that's added. So this is a large area that could accommodate about 3,500 is what they're showing, and they're showing different events that would occur in this area. I'll show you a few blow-ups of some of these areas. Outdoor seating here, overlooking the green. Additional gathering space, seating throughout this area. So this is a very public area, all of the area that they're creating. More detail with the water feature. And this was also included within your packet, but this shows how they can accommodate 3,500 people, as well as the different types of events that they're planning for that area. And then finally, just a view looking at the new entrance. Also, they provided a traffic study. The applicants submitted a trip generation report for the proposed development, and tables included in your packet, and it shows it would generate 200. The report notes that if the 277,000 square feet of vacant retail space in the mall was occupied, it would generate approximately 10,456 net daily trips. And with an estimated, they've estimated 9,960 net new trips. So this is actually a 5% reduction from if the Sears was fully operating and the Pennies. So their proposal with the mix of uses would be a 5% reduction in traffic. And this also triggered a development of regional impact requirement, which is an extensive a traffic review, and we also have our neighbors, other cities that will review this to look at possible impacts. And even through that process, there were not additional traffic requirements recommended as part of those conditions, any changes to the existing roadways. And that's even after looking at what we're proposing on North Point Parkway. We're in the middle of studying North Point Parkway to see how we can right-size that to make it something that's more pedestrian friendly. So we're looking at removing 2 of the lanes on North Point Parkway in order to provide 12-foot sidewalks along each side of North Point Parkway, and of course encourage people to walk across North Point Parkway over to the Greenway and start those community connections. So even with those proposals, there was nothing additional that was requested from the Atlanta Regional Commission or Greta, except, of course, to have those connections, bicycle and pedestrian connections. Schools. Residential development, of course, is known to increase school enrollment. Fulton County Schools calculated the potential number of children who may live on the property by using their standard calculation to distinguish the number of children. And they did send us back the total figures of 69 to 290 school-aged children could reside on that property. And all 3 schools are currently shown to be under capacity, and those are Northwood Elementary School, Haynesbridge Middle School, as well as Centennial High School. Go back to the site plan. There we go. Staff reviewed, of course, the North Point overlay. We reviewed this submittal based upon this and compared it to the submittal that we had previously. Some of the features for this particular development versus the past development was the fact that they were removing additional retail. That was something that's very positive for this particular application. One of the things we pushed originally with the first application was to try to get one grade. Where right now, if you visualize where Penny's is located and the Sears are at 2 different levels, it was important that if you're going to encourage walkability and make this a place where people can walk around and even traverse across over North Point Parkway, it needs to be something that was at 1 grade. So that's something that they have accomplished with this site plan. Of course, it also meets other objectives of the North Point LCI, the creative park once and walk everywhere walkable environment, induce redevelopment of large areas of surface parking. The plan was to try to remove the surface parking and create green space and activity, as well as encourage residential. The proposal also emphasizes sustainability, open space, and connectivity between various modes of transportation, which are key components of that North Point overlay. We do recommend that if an additional rental phase 3 is approved, it should be contingent on construction of concurrent office, which serves to capture employee resident internal trips and support the requested hotel in addition. The proposal adds a customer base to patronize the mall's existing establishments during non-typical hours, which is important for the remaining mall. Traditional regional shopping malls are going dark across the country, so of course part of that North Point overlay was to add residential. It should not generate significant changes in demand on public facilities and services, and the use would produce fewer vehicular trips than the expected trip generation of a fully occupied mall, 5% reduction. While the applicant proposes an increase in the residential density, they are adding substantial open space and recreational opportunities and connections, which will minimize the impacts. We are, and more importantly, it's in compliance with the comprehensive land use plan, the uses within the comprehensive land use plan designation for mixed use. We are recommending approval with several conditions, but I'll first tell you that through I didn't mention the citizen participation plan. They did go through all of that process. They've had substantial outreach measures that began March of 2022. That is notifying the tenants. So they've had stakeholder meetings with North Point property owners. They've had tenant quarterly meetings. They've of course, participated within the community zoning information meeting. We had several residents and property owners that attended that meeting. Some of the comments that we heard were actually, when would this begin? The statement that we need workforce housing at this location, and have the mall tenants been notified of this plan. We, of course, had questions about what happened to the previous plan that was approved, and will the Stormwater Park be developed, and will there be a MARTA BRT stop at this location? So a lot of questions about timing and what the components would be. So with public input, of course, within looking at the North Point overlay, we are recommending approval with several conditions that I'll go through. And I think it's probably easier to just show these exhibits as I go through them that are listed. Recommendation is to approve the 83.67 acres shall be zoned to MU and developed substantially similar to the site plan prepared by Kimley Horn, dated 6/24/2022. Except as modified by these conditions, applicants shall provide a legal description of the property as depicted in Exhibit A prior to issuance of the LDP. This is Exhibit A, and it's just showing the area. 2, exterior modifications to existing buildings and new buildings shall be substantially similar to the images depicted in Exhibit H. And those are some of the renderings I showed you earlier. There is a thicker packet within your package. With non-residential buildings, including for-rent buildings approved by DRB and residential buildings approved by staff. And 3, development regulations shall be as follows. Commercial, maximum 315,700 square feet of retail. Restaurant use shall be permitted in freestanding buildings, not including existing outparcels along North Point Parkway, which shall include a minimum 15,000 square foot food hall developed in Phase 1, and that's the food hall here. So this is the rendering that they gave us for the first phase. Non-residential uses, retail, restaurant, office, and for-rent amenities on the ground floor of the for-rent building shall not count against the maximum commercial entitlement or require additional parking. Freestanding buildings shall be no greater than 4 stories and 60 feet. Drive-through restaurant other than a coffee shop shall be prohibited. Rooftop and outdoor dining areas are encouraged and shall not count against the maximum commercial entitlement or require additional parking. And B, office, maximum 145,000 square feet of office shall be permitted in freestanding buildings no greater than 6 stories or 85 feet. Additional office shall be permitted when exchanged for commercial, for-rent residential, or hotel entitlement at 800 square feet per hotel room. And C, hotel maximum 150 rooms shall be permitted in a freestanding building no greater than 6 stories or 85 feet. Hotel shall be full service with a separate entrance for patrons of a full service sit-down restaurant. Hotel shall include a minimum of 5,000 square feet of event space. D, for rent residential, up to 320 for rent units shall be immediately eligible for a certificate of occupancy. After January 1, 2026, an additional 330 for rent units, phase 2, shall be eligible for a CO. I'll put that there. For rent buildings shall be no greater than 5 stories or 75 feet, and all units shall be 1, 2, and 3 bedroom. A maximum of 60% of units shall be studios or 1 bedroom, and no more than 10% shall be 3 bedroom units. A CO shall not be issued for the Phase 1 for-rent building until the retail plaza and pocket park, retail square, remaining interior mall renovations, primary north, south, and east-west streets, and associated infrastructure have been constructed and inspected by the city. A CO for Phase 2 rental shall not be issued until a market grocery with a minimum square footage of 6,000 square feet has been constructed and inspected by the city. For-rent units shall have first-class amenities, and those are listed. If construction does not commence by July 25th, 2027, residential units shall revert to for sale only. Phase 3. Phase 3, we're recommending as a for sale. This is Phase 3. And of course, as I talked about earlier, our rental recommendations end at the 5-year of what can be built within that time period. So E, we put Phase 3, for sale residential, 286 dwelling, for sale attached or detached units shall be permitted in buildings no greater than 4 stories or 60 feet. No more than 10% of for sale units shall be permitted to be rented as recorded in the HOA covenants and declarations. F is regarding parking decks. 4, active uses. And 5, the master plan area as it's limited to, which uses it's limited to. 6 has a list of uses that's accessory to or amenities for residential and office uses that we're recommending. 7 states that the new internal streets shall be private and shall be consistent with the streetscape exhibits on slides 26 through, okay, that's C. Let me show you what that looks like. So this is the streetscape exhibits that are part of that condition 7. And they have additional details on the width of the sidewalk that was included within the packet, as well as the different streets that would be created, and if they have on-street parking. Some of the streets will have on-street parking. Some of them, like the driveway, will not have on-street parkway. So we did recommend that those are conditioned to C. They also included the character, and here you can show, it depicts the bike lane. And 8, minimum 18 acres of open space, 11.4 acres of civic space, and 6.6 acres of amenity space, consisting of squares and plazas, village lawn, event green trails, stormwater park yards, patios and balconies, outdoor dining, sports court, pocket parks, pool, courtyards, and amenity area. Mall interior common areas shall be provided as depicted on the submitted renderings and site plan prepared by Kimley Horn dated 6/24/2022. And then 9, multi-use trail, pedestrian trail, and bike lanes shall be improved as depicted on Exhibit D. And here is D. D also includes, as part of that, just the streetscape character, but I'll leave this part up. With final approval by staff, multi-use trails shall include a minimum 12-foot concrete path. Landscaping and lighting and pedestrian trails shall include a minimum 6-foot concrete path. Landscaping and lighting. Dedicated bike lane shall include striping and minimum 3-foot wide protective buffer. And that's here. So this is we're talking about this area here, which is around that loop road. So dedicated bike lane shall include striping and minimum 3-foot wide protective barrier, striping with delineators every 25 feet. Between the vehicular travel lane and the bike lane and shared bike lane shall include striping. And 10, developers shall construct a city-approved MARTA bus shelter at the 2 existing bus stops and improve landscaping at the northeast corner of North Point Parkway and the eastern and middle access roads. Let me see if I have a plan that will show. One of those that we're talking about is here for that MARTA bus shelter, and the other one is farther down at the entrance on North Point Parkway, kind of what we're calling the middle access. It's actually here. So that other bus shelter would be at the end of this road, right at North Point Parkway. So at these locations. Design conditions. Oh, well, I need to finish 10. So the second part of that, provided the owner at the property on which bus stops are located allows access for the work. So this is off-site as well as a small portion of this. And the applicant shall apply for the North Fulton CID bus shelter program. They started a program a couple years ago where you could ask for up to $40,000 if you have a bus, an existing bus stop in front of your business. So that's something that they could request funding for. Expenditures not reimbursed by the CID shall be eligible for impact fee credits. And then on to the design conditions, 11. Minimum 10-foot landscape strip shall be required along North Point Circle adjacent to the proposed development. Site access driveway at the intersection of North Point Drive and North Point Circle shall require pedestrian bicycle access here. Geometry, lighting, and materials shall provide emphasis on the pedestrian environment and safety as approved by staff. Assuming right-of-way is available, streetscape improvements shall include a 10-foot sidewalk, 6-foot planting strip, and decorative pedestrian lighting, spanning the distance to the Stormwater Park on the south side and to the hotel curb cut on the north side. So there's a sidewalk here, but it needs to be widened. So this could be a much better activity area with a sidewalk. It would likely have to be cantilevered because of the drop-off, but there are improvements needed here within that area. Applicants shall be eligible to receive impact fee credits for off-site work within the city right-of-way. And 13, developers shall meet eco-district measures as outlined on slide 56 of the submitted application, labeled E, and I'll put that here. Developers shall provide detailed information at LDP and building permit regarding compliance with each requested eco-district measure, total eco-district points to be confirmed by staff. And 14, village lawn event green shall include a permanent or temporary stage of sufficient size to accommodate events as identified on slide 25, labeled program opportunities. And 15, developer shall improve a stormwater park on its property as depicted in Exhibit F. Including trails, landscaping, and overlook. Northern half of the stormwater pond shall be improved prior to a CO for the first for-rent building, and remaining portion of the stormwater pond improved prior to a CO for the second for-rent building, as approved by staff. Public access shall be granted and eligible for impact fees. Developers shall maintain improvements. I think on some of your staff reports, it just says developer shall maintain, but it should say developer shall maintain improvements. And 16, at-grade pedestrian bicycle connections shall be provided throughout the site, including between buildings and open space within the development and across North Point Circle. Pedestrian crossings throughout development shall be ramped, and the surface materials shall be brick pavers, cobblestones, or architecturally treated concrete products as approved by DRB. 17, minimum 2,500 square foot civic space shall be developed at the corner of North Point Circle and North Point Drive. Civic space shall include decorative hardscape, landscape, and eco-district monument, sculpture, or creative placemaking district threshold as approved by the Cultural Arts Commission. Hardscape, landscape, and monument, sculpture, or district threshold shall be maintained by the HOA. And then the rest of that condition talks about the minimum number of monument murals and sculptures. 18, retaining walls shall receive architectural facade treatment and be heavily landscaped Retaining walls visible from developed areas exceeding 16 feet in height shall be terraced with landscaping to break up large expanse of retaining wall. 19, developers shall provide bicycle racks, benches, trash receptacles, decorative crosswalks, planters, kiosks, and other street furniture where appropriate throughout the development. 20, prior to LDP, applicants shall submit for approval a document to be titled North Point Mall Redevelopment Design Standards, which have all the architectural requirements. 21, awnings or similar overhead structure shall be provided at the ground level in commercial areas where reasonably appropriate in order to protect pedestrians from inclement weather. 22, development shall include at least one rooftop amenity within the non-residential portion of the development. 23, provide detailed street planting for North Point Circle and new private streets. Landscape shall be approved prior to issuance of an LDP and shall retain landscape trees if possible as approved by DRB. And 24, surface parking areas shall comply with UDC requirements for screening and tree islands. Put this back out of here. 25, backside of buildings or back of house functions such as loading or dumpster area shall be screened from new streets in North Point Circle as approved by DRB. 26, prior to the first LDP, applicants shall submit a revised master plan to the city, which shall incorporate the approved conditions as well as a list of other specifications. And 27, at such time as MARTA stipulates and funds its intention to move forward with a future Georgia 400 MARTA bus rapid transit and or train station on Georgia 400 at North Point Mall, developer, its successors, and assigned shall dedicate land to the city as shown on Exhibit G, or an equivalent reasonably substituted tract of like size within the Georgia 400 buffer, agreed upon by owner in the city. If at any time MARTA stipulates that the land is not needed, or if MARTA has not begun construction by December 31st, 2028, then there shall be no obligation to dedicate the land, or if already conveyed to the city, it shall be conveyed back to the developer. This reservation does not in any way entitle MARTA or the city to use any part of the balance of the mall property, and developer, its successors, and assigned are under no obligation to allow such use, nor does this reservation entitle MARTA customers to park on mall property to access the station. 28, developers shall be responsible for planning and maintenance of any medians within the development and for medians located on North Point Circle or the access roads. 29, developers' financial responsibility for off-site improvements shall not exceed its impact fees, nor shall credits be given for minimum eco-district and open space requirements. 30, it is acknowledged that the approved site plan may be subdivided into separate platted parcels. And then we also have general conditions of approval to Greta's development of regional impact notice of decision, which include bicycle, pedestrian, transit facilities. 31, provide pedestrian connectivity between all buildings and uses. 32, install pedestrian and bicycle wayfinding signage on site to direct pedestrian, bicycle traffic to and from Big Creek Greenway, bike lanes, and transit. And 33, upgrade existing MARTA stops near the Northern Mall entrance drives to include transit shelters approved by MARTA. And 34, design site driveways to service pedestrian cyclists. And 35, address curbside activities, including parking, deliveries, ride-hailing, bicycling, and micromobility use, and pedestrian activity. And that concludes staff presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer those for you.
Wow, that's a lot to take in.
That's too fast.
Need a break?
Break to digest it. Well, I want to take this opportunity to just acknowledge and appreciate the work that has been done for over a long period of time, and especially by our staff here, the city, the applicant, the public. This is not an easy task, and we really appreciate the work you've done. And it's we had like 435 pages of a document to review in the last few days, and it's overwhelming. But I know you have put a lot of work in it, and I wanted to appreciate and acknowledge that for everybody's benefit. I do have a few questions, and I'll probably be asking them as we go along, and I'm sure several board members have questions, and the public will have input, significant input on this. When these types of applications come before us, we have to be very diligent in assessing, evaluating, because this is designated as a development of regional impact, and it changes the entire dynamic of the growth of the city, and a lot of the things are affected, as you have seen in what has happened just around here with the city center, the Avalon and Thompson Street, and it can trigger other things that we can't even think about 5 years from now. That's how development operates. And most of the times when we consider applications like this, we are wrestling between balancing a lot of things. And we go by the information we have before us as a board, the input we receive from the public, what we have seen happen before. We are not always right, but we endeavor to do the best we can to make sure that our decisions are reasonable and they're in the public interest and they're fair to the applicant and future generations. That's what we are called to do, and you're going to see that happen before us tonight. One of the first questions I have, Ms. Cook, is a clarification regarding the square footage to be demolished. Is it 464 or 512? I saw those two numbers in the documents. The 512 came from the Kimley-Horn report or study, and the 464 is in the staff report.
Yeah, I have 464, but I can confirm that on some of the other site plans that we have. But that's the 464 is what we have within our document.
Okay, and the Kimley-Horn report has a breakdown, and they can probably explain that during the applicant presentation. Would you speak to the trend we are seeing nationwide regarding the decline of malls? Because that's what triggered this rezoning.
It is. I mean, it's just everybody's aware of the way that people are shopping now. A lot of it is, if you're going to go to a location, a lot of times you're going because there's activity that's happening, pedestrian activity. A good example is what we do here at City Center. So you have a lot of farmers market, you have different events that's the actual draw to that retail, and that's what keeps people going into those retail spaces. What's different from our mall than other malls that we've looked at several different redevelopment plans of other malls throughout the country. The difference is that ours is located in a spot that has the opportunity to connect to the greenway that's across the greenway that's a multi-million-dollar trail across the street, and it has the opportunity to have the Alpha Loop that's going to be created on the north side of 400 and then tie over with a pedestrian bridge. So you're creating that walkability, and that's something with malls that people are looking for. They're looking for more of that village feel, community feel, instead of just a place to park and go in and leave. It's more of an event.
And one of the things I would add to that is with respect to the way the city has progressed in the recent past, including a lot of greenways, and I love greenways personally, and walkable environments, and we are trying to create a healthy city because I've seen places where you go, there are no sidewalks, there are no trails, and you're like nowhere for people to go for recreational purposes, and it's a very stressful environment and unhealthy environment to live in. And I believe we have done a good job as a city, and with the Greenway Trail so close to this area, it provides a lot of great opportunities for a healthy community to live in. The next question I had is regarding the Stormwater Park. I assume that it's going to be sized or is sized to accommodate or manage all the stormwater runoff that would be generated in the drainage area, or what I would consider contributing area within the development and outside.
It will, and it's actually, there's going to be a reduction in stormwater runoff because some of the pavement's being removed and replaced with green. So they'll also look at putting in areas that there'll be, pervious pavers that will be added where it used to be just concrete. So there should be a reduction in runoff. And talking to our stormwater engineer, she will be looking for water quality improvements. So there'll be some requirements for bioretention, areas where landscaping will need to be added in order to help with that water quality.
Okay, and one of the questions I had was answered in your presentation in one of the conditions. I believe this was condition number 15 regarding the maintenance thereof, because they do require significant maintenance.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's the plan. I mean, this area, when you look at open space, the applicant is including this area as their open space calculation. So typically you wouldn't give impact fee credits if it's included as part of that open space requirement. But open space doesn't require that you build an overlook. It says that it has to be open to the sky. It has to be accessible by the public, which could just be, sidewalks that are created in a viewing area. But with the applicant's proposal, this is an actual structure that would be a large overlook. It's something a little beyond just creating that open space.
With respect to and this is a big one that may require the applicant's input during their presentation, is the way we come up with a mix of uses within a mixed-use development. Because when you look at what is proposed now, I believe we have 36 units. I think I had that written down somewhere. It's also in the staff report. 36 for-sale townhomes. We have 18 acres of open space. We have 900 for rent, 150-room hotel, 120,000 square foot office, and 315,700, and that is combined retail, restaurants, and creative office. When you go through an application like this, where do you find the right balance without burdening a mixed use with one use that can overwhelm the other uses? Because after all, mixed use is meant to be a live, work, play that reduces traffic, for example, because people don't have to drive too much, and that those who live there work there and play there. So if you can walk us through that, that would be helpful.
And I'll let the applicant answer on how they came up with their mix, but I'll tell you what staff looks at. If you think about the gathering, which was called, when you saw it, actually at the Planning Commission, it was Morrison Park, which is located at the corner of Morrison Park and Haynes Bridge Road. So usually within our mixed-use requirements, we would require more office. But we looked at that particular development and found that there's millions of square feet of office across the street, office that's located on both sides. So we made a recommendation that they not include office. It was very heavy on the residential side in order to supply residentials to the office that's across the street. So they were given, recommendation of approval and then impact fee credits in order to make improvements so that people could get across the street and make it more walkable. When we looked at this particular application, it's heavy on retail from the start. So we wanted to make sure that there was an appropriate amount of office, but we also knew that there are out parcels here, a lot of those that are empty, that we'll see additional development that will take place within this area, the out parcels. So having the existing office that's located to the west, we wanted to make sure they had a minimum square footage of office if they were approved for a phase 3, which when you put that number of people on within this development, it should be dependent on those jobs. So that's something that we looked at. It was very important that you have the residential, that we recommend the residential, whether it's a for sale or for rent. That's going to be something that's very important to this development. Of course, a reduction in retail was something that was important to us. And as far as the hotel, we wanted to see a full-service hotel if a hotel is built as part of this master plan. We have several limited-service hotels in the North Point overlay, so it was our recommendation that if there is a hotel that's built, that be a full service instead of a limited. And that's kind of, that's what our thinking was, heavier on the residential because of the existing uses that are around.
With respect to traffic flow and circulation, how does the projected traffic, and I'll just use Avalon as an example because it's fairly recent, compare with the actual traffic? Because one of the biggest concerns we had with Avalon when it came before the board and the council was the density. It just looked overwhelming. And it's really proven to be such because of all the other development generated within this area. Have you gone back just for educational purposes, compared actual to projected?
We did. We actually did, and Eric, was it within 2% of the original projections?
It was right around 2 to 5%, somewhere in that ballpark. We were very much closer than I anticipated with actual traffic counts and the projected traffic from the studies. So I was,
When was that done? I hope not during
prior to COVID. No, it was prior to COVID.
That was back in 2018. It was a while ago.
So that was something that, that's a good question. That was something that we did want to go back and check because, the traffic engineering, of course, is a science, and, PEs put this information together, but it gave us a great opportunity to go back and check. Was it correct with the original study?
There are a lot of assumptions made as the traffic engineers
Absolutely.
will bear witness regarding traffic projections. It's never perfect,
That's
obviously, but I know that they follow a lot of documentation establishing how to estimate it. I'm going to pause for a moment and let others ask questions, and we'll probably have some more as we move forward.
I'd like to resonate the chairman's comments to staff, Kathy, for you and your team, for all the hard work you've done. And it's true, 486 pages of this package was so thoughtful, so well designed and put together. I just want to say thank you to your team, but I also want to go a little further in that it's also the energy you put into it over the last couple of years. It was the previous applicant kind of going through this, the LCI studies that's all been done in North Point, and this has really been a focus of the community, of the city overall, is once we saw a decline in this asset, which was one of the first assets in Alpharetta, you really jumped behind this and really started thinking what would the new evolution of this site be. And I know that's what kind of gets us to today, but 486 pages was pretty impressive. So I got a couple points just to ask. We got 4 questions, which is, once again, a compliment for something this big. This is the only 4 things I could really come up with, and I really want to tie off with the chairman's comments a little bit about apartments. And we talk about this multifamily, the proper way to kind of say it. Ever since Avalon, I think it was 2012, the Avalon was kind of put in, I think was the date that was created. We had restrictions on apartments then, multifamily, for certain burdens that it placed within any municipality or any kind of county. Those are really public safety, transportation, and education, really the main drivers there that we really kind of look at and what that does, especially in a declining asset over decades. We really kind of saw those kind of pressures. With that, every community kind of responded quickly, and we had neighboring communities that had large concentrations to the south. Sandy Springs, I'll say that, probably had a concentration there. I know my parents live there, and I just see that a lot. And they had those issues, and all of a sudden, Avalon came around with this whole mixed-use kind of concept. It was into our community, right? Mixed use was kind of creating, but when you look at multifamily today, and it's insulated within an envelope like this, that suddenly, I want you to kind of get your perspective on this and how we look at this a little bit differently as more of an education as to a normal garden-style apartment that would go in a large tract of land, and we would have some of these other kind of concerns. What have you seen over these last 10 years in Avalon is average ages, low impact to education, to transportation, people kind of walking the community, not traveling. Do you mind just your perspective on that for a minute? Then I got a couple other questions beyond that.
Certainly. So we changed our code several years ago, requiring that if rental is built, it has to be part of a mixed-use development, and any street, what we call the active street, it has to have other uses on the first floor. The importance of that, being a part of a mixed use, if you're going to have high density, just what I mentioned earlier, having that office component is important. So, you know, if people do want, if they want that lifestyle, they also may not have a vehicle. So putting rental in locations where you do have MARTA access, you have, you know, other travel options is really important. And that's why the mixed use was important to us. It's also, when you put rental as part of a mixed use, they have the goods and services that they can walk to. So they have the job, the office, or the retail, or the retail businesses. So I think that we've seen that our research has shown at other mixed uses throughout the country, the research that we did before the approval of Avalon, that the apartments within a mixed use have the highest occupancy. So that is something that people maintain over time, and that they have a higher occupancy than some of the other rental units. So that was some of the thinking with moving towards mixed use is, you know, people that want the lifestyle, they want to be able to walk to different uses or to work. So that's an important part of how we recommend approval of mixed use.
I think there was someone in there, like the average age of the tenant or the resident in Avalon in the multifamily is like 52 or something like that, and only like a few school students that go to school.
The last time that we checked with Avalon, and they have a little over 500 rental units, the largest number of school-age children we had on the property was 8 for over 500. Now, we haven't checked in a couple of years, but, you know, we did check that number for the first couple of years that they were fully leased to see what that number was.
Second point, you brought up kind of access improvements. And number one is you mentioned something, I just want to make it kind of clear, and you mentioned something about North Point Parkway of reducing capacity. That is not what we're talking about tonight, right? No. Okay, I just want to make sure. No. Might have more opposition on that than.
And the reason I brought that up is that, you know, there were no conditions recommended by Greta,
yep,
even though they know there could be a reduction in the lanes.
But one thing that I didn't hear you talk about was the entry point from Haynes Bridge. I mean, anything of this size and the scale that you're kind of talking about, the entry point coming in, we're talking about the water features in the park and the access when you kind of come in and then you kind of go to the left. But that corridor, it looks aged, it looks a little tired, right? It looks like a 30-year-old asset that's there since 1992. I'm just being honest, just completely honest with it. What was your thought process there and the perspective between that corridor, which would be a main access point coming off Haynes Bridge, and also the other one coming off of North Point? I think the California Pizza Kitchen's right on the corner or something like that.
I agree 100%. We did not condition the improvements. Maybe the applicant can talk about how they are planning to improve those, but we don't have, you're right, we didn't get detailed plans onto what that new entrance would look like.
I would just encourage you, just going forward, that I know this is going to be a process, but I would encourage you and the applicant to really work together to create that corridor, because I'm sure if they're going to make this sizable investment, they would like people to see it, like to be able to enter in and have the experience. But that first impression is a big deal. You're going through that first quarter mile and you're having a whole different impression before you enter into something nice. It changes that feeling.
Absolutely.
Just two more. Just got the corridor along Georgia 400. Now, there's condemnation going on with all the express lanes and things like that, but I didn't see, I know you had the MARTA in there. That's the first time I actually saw kind of the lanes kind of depicted with the buffer and all that. How much does that buffer kind of come in? Is that in these plans where it kind of shows that, because the reduction of that buffer, we'll see a lot of those trees go away. Those lanes, I don't know if they're going to be elevated or ground level. They're elevated in other places, because I know I'm up the road and there's elevated up there by the time you hit Webb Bridge. What does that look like here? Or are you still comfortable with the buffer between that circular road and that?
We are still comfortable. There is, they are taking some of that buffer. I didn't bring the plan showing the exact amount, but we are still comfortable. And you can just barely see where that pedestrian bridge is coming across. But the impacts are mostly in this area. So, but I did not bring that plan.
Okay. The last one I was talking about is phasing. We really want to get into the kind of the phasing and the plan. The chairman kind of brought up something there. Is we are looking at 650 for rent, multifamily, right? And phase 3 goes to 286 for sale. Is that right? So there is a for sale in phase 3 of sizable units. Just want to make sure I'm reading that right.
Well, staff, they're requesting 250 of the 286 to be rental.
Okay.
We recommended 286 because their timeline is past that 5-year of when we could be doing a comp plan amendment, and we don't know if that 6832 goal will change. So our recommendation, although their request is for rent, our recommendation was for sale.
So let me tie back to really what I was kind of getting to there is, why not build it all? Who's pushing? Is the city kind of pushing the elongated kind of phasing of this? Is the applicant, or is the applicant? Within all this phasing, we look at all the different parts, and part of that is the height, right? I mean, why 5 stories? We go 10 here. Of all places, Avalon's got 10. We can do it. We got the corridor. You definitely have the capacity and everything in here. Limitations on some of these things and some units is what I'm going to kind of get to. And really what I'm kind of going to is, everybody loves the final product, but everybody hates going through the process. For example, Highway 9, right, I think for the last year we've been going through construction up and down that roadway, and it's horrible going through it. Rucker Road was 2 years going through it, and it was painful. When we had City Center the same way, everybody loves the outcome when it's completed, but the years we go through that process of construction, everybody forgets how great it's going to look. It's the pain of getting through it, and the complaints you get, the argument in the community, I'm really kind of sensitive to that, right, to have a successful investment like this and an experience in here is, why not do it in the phasing I'm getting to is, I can't understand the phasing in here. The phase 1, I totally get that. Phase 2, I'm almost like the sequential order to me, when I look at it should be phase 1, phase 3, and back to phase 2. I don't know why phase 3 is positioned the way for later. It might be for different reasons I'm not aware of tonight. But why not just do 2 phases and combine those together? What was that perspective, shortening the window, having the construction done in a shorter period of time that we can enjoy the final outcome of this, if that's approved and going forward? Why elongate it over 5 to 7 years of construction? What is that thought process?
And that's something that the applicant will have to respond to, but that is something also was our concern of the timeline. So that was not, a staff initiated, the timeline that they've put forward. So that is something that they are requesting, and I'll let them tell you why they have to go through that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just actually probably should just ask, do you want us to raise our hand, or how because I think all of us probably have questions. I feel like I'm jumping over.
Yeah, that should be fine, yes.
Go?
I'll recognize you as soon as I see your hand up.
That's great. Thank you. And also echo the same comments you've heard from the chairman and the vice chairman in regards to the very comprehensive package that 435 pages, I think, that we've had to digest, which has been really, really informative and very helpful for me. I have a number of questions, and I think what I'll focus on first, Kathy, is some of the detailed information in the staff report, and I'll preface my questions by saying to the applicant, please don't take offense when I ask questions to compare to the current application, because many of us were involved with the previous application, and so just wanted to make sure that I have myself, that I'm grounded in what we're looking at. And if I'm looking at the table that was put in the report, staff report on page 6 and 7, that does a comparison from what is called the Sears redevelopment proposal to the current one. One of the things that I'm trying to wrap my head around is the open space information. The Sears redevelopment, the table reflects 14.67 acres of open space, and in the current application we're looking at right now, it's 18.38. But the Sears was we rezoned 30 acres of mixed use. We didn't rezone the entire 83 acres of. So, am I interpreting this correctly in that within that 30 acres, there were 14 acres of open space in that application?
You're correct, and by including all of this, the 87, when the initial rezoning really included just this front part, I think that's a lot of the difference in the numbers, because if you look at the total 87 acres, it's a lot of surface parking, so there's not opportunity, and I'll let them address that too, with taking out additional pavement in some of these areas that they've added in order to add additional green space. Now, and I'm guessing at that, but I do think that's a question that they'll have to respond to. But I think just by adding the additional acreage, what they added are areas that I believe are they can't at this time remove the parking to put additional green space, but I'll let them kind of answer that.
Okay, and I'll follow up with them, but just to kind of drill down a little bit further on that, because I have a feeling they might not be calculating all of their open space. I believe, based on what I'm looking at here, when you go into the table that you have on page 8, the civic space, based on what we've seen on the site plan, I think I can kind of correlate it back, and that looks about right. But when you look at the amenity space, when we looked at the original application from Brookfield, that application reflected in balconies 0.47 acres in balconies, and obviously we're looking at 900 rental units versus the 300. So right. That seems, and maybe that's more of a, we'll go back to the applicant on that, but I'm just.
That's a good point. And I said 87 acres earlier, but 83.67. That does look that may not be correct. And even within our multifamily standards, we have certain requirements for balconies. So that is something I think that we need to look at to make sure that they're including all of the balconies. Okay.
I mean, and for me personally, the open space is really a very, very important component to this overall master plan. So I think that we need to make sure that we're working with actual numbers and not underestimating what the overall open space will be.
That's a good point.
Following up on that regarding the Stormwater Park, can you put up the exhibit that you showed us earlier? Okay. So the enhancements that we're looking at here, if I'm reading this correctly, there's the overlook right there on the corner.
Right.
Right. So the visual also shows, it looks like a trail inside the park. And if I'm looking at the first picture on the left. Okay, so, and is that, I don't see that called out on this, and maybe I'm missing it, but so there is an internal pedestrian trail inside?
That is actually the property line. So that is not, the black line is not a trail. There was an overall park plan for the entire green space area that included a trail system. So this trail, you can kind of see it shaded here. That's a trail that's part of the Stormwater Park. This part here in the middle is the actual stream. So that is not a trail. You can see it's kind of a light color here, but this is the actual trail, as well as a section here right along the creek. So it's not this is the property line.
Okay, so if we're, the access point, I think in the previous application in regards to phase 1 on the stormwater, can you show us where the, how pedestrians will be accessing this from either North Point Drive or?
I think I have probably a blow up. It was actually from the previous case, but it may be easier to look at the access. So here's the access.
Okay, great.
As well as the overlook.
Right. Okay. So what I'm looking at, if I'm looking at that second pink square?
Right.
Is that
This?
Yes. Is that
Crosswalk.
And is that part of this application?
The crosswalk was actually required from the Providence Group. So the Providence Group, they're making improvements to their development. That's
Echo Park?
Echo Park.
Right.
So they're required to put the crosswalk because it will actually connect a green space and a park area that they're developing.
Great. Okay.
So there'll be that connection. And the larger elevated crosswalk is this pink here, which is off site from what this applicant owns here at the corner. So they have the portion that's just the overlook, and it's more or less just a mulch trail that's around it. This is the elevated trail that's off site.
And the elevated trail is not part of Phase 1?
No.
Okay.
Nope, only the overlook part.
And so the mulch trail is also part of it, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Because I remember the discussion last time was about ADA access and the challenges with that. So so that is part, okay, of the Phase 1.
And of course, all of the details for the Stormwater Park will be required to go through Design Review Board.
Understood. Okay, great, thank you. The other question I have regarding the information concerning the estimated number of students at the various schools, the report indicates that based on a 936, the number of students, each of those schools are under capacity.
Correct.
For their projections. Do you happen to know, in regards to the high school specifically, Centennial, how many multifamily developments are currently zoned for that particular high school?
I do have that information. It's 20 different multifamily that are located within other surrounding cities, Roswell. Let me see if I can find that detail information.
Yeah, I'd just be interested. I know that obviously Centennial is not in Alpharetta, so I'm not really that familiar with.
Right. So we looked at Johns Creek and Roswell to see how many multifamily were located within Centennial, but I have that. I can find that information.
All right. I'll yield the floor, and thank you.
Okay.
Y'all have done a great job. It's a lot of work to put this together. I did have a question. The project does seem to be very apartment or for rent heavy. What's the timeline on the for sale versus the for rent? So, when does the for sale come into? I know it's Phase 3, I believe, but what's the years of time for that to come together?
This is actually the only for sale component that they have, and it's part of Phase 3, so they're showing that component to be completed in 2029, by 2029.
One last follow-on. On the density, the dwelling density per acre, is 11.2 standard, or is that a variance here also?
It's a conditional use. So priority areas were shown as part of the North Point overlay. Some areas were shown for priority for higher density, and this is one of the areas. And it also states within the overlay, if you go past the 8 units per acre, you request a conditional use. So it was set up within the overlay to provide for that opportunity to request the additional density. And it's not considered a variance.
Yeah, I too, Kathy, wanted to thank you and the staff for everything you do and for preparation for tonight. It's very welcome and appreciated. A couple questions for me. At what point tonight do we go through, I know the board received over the last day or two a number of markups, proposed markups from the applicant of the conditions. Are we going to go through that now and try to figure out which ones does the staff concur with or not, or do we do that later, or?
That's up to you. That's up to you.
Let's wait for the applicant to present that we have a better understanding. And sometimes you're not sure which questions to ask when, because they may be answered during their presentation.
That's right. That's fine.
But the board can do whatever. You can ask any question at any time.
Thank you. The other question, I've heard a couple different data points for the estimated complete build-out. I've heard 10 years, I've heard 9 years. Is it the current plan? Which one is it?
We're showing 9 years, so we put under the rental request, I think is where we have that. Oh, here it is. Applicant proposes 900 for rent over 3 phases, and it shows a delivery in their application of 320 in 2025, and then 330 in 2028, and then 250 units in 2029. So you're correct, 7 years.
7?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Was that all for rent, Kathy? That was all for rent?
Correct.
Okay. So if we went with the staff recommendation of for sale, is that the same timeline?
The applicant would have to answer that because we tie a lot more conditions to a rental recommendation for the phase 3. Well, we would recommend that a phase 3 be tied to an office component. We don't tie a for sale condition to those requirements.
Okay. And then when you were looking at some of the other developments while you were doing your research, was there any other similar type redevelopments that had 900 apartments on it?
There were, we looked at several different mall redevelopments, different requests. Probably have that. Let me see if I can grab that. I think it's in the front of that folder.
And if you can't find it now, you can find it during the presentation from the applicant and come back.
So we did. We looked at, let's see.
It's in the 435 pages.
So we found so Gwinnett Place, they haven't come up with their final number yet. So that's one that we looked at. We looked at North DeKalb Mall. It's 77 acres, 1,700 to 1,800 units, 100 townhomes. This one has 25% green space. So we did a comparison of different malls. Stonecrest, let's see. That one did not have the final number of residential. North Lake, we also didn't. North Lake, we didn't show a residential component as part of it. It's the one where Emory Healthcare is going to be a part of the redevelopment. Let's see. Cumberland. We also don't have it just says mixed use. We couldn't get a final number. So there was only a few of it. Well, 312 multifamily. So we looked at a couple of different mall redevelopments.
I'm sure I'm going to have more questions later, but one final question on the retail aspect. Like I know J.C. Penney's and Cheesecake Factory, are they just relocating? Are they disappearing? Or
Cheesecake Factory is remaining. That's here.
That's going to be.
Yeah.
Okay, that's remaining. Okay, and then the other retailers, they're committed to this project. They're all on board.
The applicant has not told us which retailers would remain and the new ones that they have as part
So when we say Dillard's, it might not really be Dillard's. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Dillard's is not part of the application.
Okay.
Neither is Von Maur, so those will remain.
So
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about new retailers for what they're proposing. So the Dillard's is remaining, the Von Maur.
Right.
And they're not part of this application.
And then how do you think the remaining, how do you think this development will affect the remaining properties on the entire, do you see what I'm saying? How,
You mean like the parcels?
remaining,
I think it will help with their redevelopment. I mean, any project of this size, you're going to have a halo effect where you're going to have redevelopment. Even with the phase 1 that was approved for the 300 apartments that were approved here and the removal of Sears a couple of years ago, that is why you've seen the activity with the townhomes that are being built in front of the mall. So even with the initial smaller approval, we saw a halo effect of some redevelopment. I think with a larger project, even if it's 2 phases, 3 phases, you're going to see a halo effect.
okay, more to come, but thank you for all your help.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You have any? Everybody else is
You know, I feel as though I should say something just to be part of the first round of questions. I do actually have a question, and it is, I guess, related a little bit to time and perception of what's going on. So if all of this is viewed in the context of sort of transforming that entire corridor, and this is really a significant catalyst to make the rest of that happen. I know there's been discussions about some redevelopment of the property, which I guess would be to the south of this, between there and Encore, right? Those office towers in the overall big plan.
So there was an approval to add restaurants in the parking lot. So not to redevelop the office, the Encore Commons office, but to put restaurant and retail in the parking lot closer to the corner of Encore and North Point Park.
Right.
So not redevelop.
Yeah, so I don't mean to use the word vocabulary inappropriately, but general change to that area.
Yes.
Okay. And some of this, I guess, is the hope that it would continue to revitalize the mall, such as it exists. And so I guess my question is twofold. One, is there a reduction of square footage that would cause this to then fall below a consideration from a regional impact perspective? I know it exists now, if I understand that correctly.
Right.
But as you reduce some of this, does that change?
It's still considered,
Okay.
it's still considered regional impact.
Okay. And then from an economic development standpoint, the feeling would be is that what remains is healthy enough to survive this 10-year process, so that we're not with a new beautiful half and now a second half, which now needs its own multi-year project to revitalize.
And that's possible. I mean, it's possible that this could come back in a couple of years and have requests to add office. It could be a request to add additional multifamily. They could make those requests, but that's still something that would have to go through the process.
Sure.
And that's another reason we wanted to include the whole 83.67 acres. So that's part of this master plan and changes that you're looking at tonight, instead of if it was something where they came back with the other half, that it wasn't subject already to these conditions. So that was an important part for us to include all of the property within that master plan. So every time, if it does come back in the future for additional changes, we're looking at all of this. Okay. Every time.
And so if I understand correctly, then the steps that we're being asked to take here are in some respects a facilitation of anticipating that potential eventuality of additional.
And I think they'll tell you,
okay.
You know, otherwise, they're investing a lot of money into what's left with the mall, a lot of money to move tenants that need to remain. So there's a lot of effort in trying to keep this viable.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a few more.
Sure.
That's okay. Kathy, if you could speak to, in your conditions 3A and in 3D, you include specific uses For the commercial, you've made a inclusion of a 15,000 square foot food hall that would be part of the Phase 1 development, and then in 3D, you're also including a market grocery for Phase 2 with a minimum square footage of 6,000. Can you speak to why you are including those specific uses during those particular phases?
Absolutely. So the food hall was actually shown on their site plan. So we just captured what they showed for that Phase 1, and they had said it was going to be, included in Phase 1. So we just put the square footage in the food hall because they were showing that as Phase 1. And then in D, when we mentioned as part of Phase 2 to have the market, that goes back to what I was talking about. If you're going to have high-density residential and places where people want to live that may not have vehicles, maybe depending on being within a walkable place, being able to use MARTA, then they should have access to goods such as, a grocer. And that's why we included that. It's also included within our supplemental regulations for rental in the Unified Development Code, that it states that a market should be included with any approvals for rentals. And it states a market of sufficient size. This size actually came from my research of looking at Savvy Provisions, which is a smaller market grocer that goes usually in the first floor of a rental, a rental complex. So it's kind of it's on the small side, but I thought it was something that could be included.
And if we were to think about if this isn't part of a Phase 1 or 2 from a grocer standpoint, I think I know where the closest grocery location is. Target, the super.
It is. So it will be across the street.
Across the street on the other side of North Point Parkway.
And it is possible that these out parcels, they're configured nicely. The existing buildings, some of them are 10,000 square feet, 14,000 square feet, so they could accommodate a small grocer, but it needs to be, in my opinion, on this side of North Point Parkway, so you don't have to cross North Point Parkway.
And maybe you can speak to this, but when you, as a resident and as someone who's been involved with mixed-use developments over the years, to me, with what we're looking at here from a residential density opportunity, as well as what currently exists up and down the corridor, I mean, you really have bookends on Mansell and North Point with high-density residential existing today, right? Milton Park is a significant mixed use that is the north section, and then we've got the apartment complex on Mansell, and then we also have activity, high density on West Side Parkway with the Echo Apartments.
Correct.
And the townhomes that are going on North Point Drive. It just seems to me, plus not even taking into consideration TPA and Northwinds, the amount there just seems to be captive right now, a significant amount of density that I would think could support a grocer. I agree. Are there some challenges that we're not aware of that seem to be, making this not a desirable location for that based on, the applicants and the developers you speak with?
Not that I'm aware of. And a lot of times, in the past when we've asked other developers to bring a grocery to that area, and they say, well, the density doesn't exist. So a lot of it is, they're stating that the density doesn't exist, but a lot of people, they're driving to the grocery store, so there's a lot of density, even if you're not just counting who can walk to it.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah.
So and I think the applicant has actually reached out to a couple of grocers, so they may have more information on that.
Okay.
But it is something that has been frustrating for us to try to get additional grocers out here, because that was even part of the LCI. They said additional retail is not needed, but there are service retail is needed. along this area, which includes the grocery.
Grocer, absolutely. Okay. My last question actually is not specific to this application, but based on a recent article that our local, the Herald, had published regarding a development authority meeting that took place within the city. They went into detail concerning a number of incentives that were offered for different developments, and a number of folks have reached out to me to ask to clarify the fact that the North Point project was part of the agenda, and as best as I could explain, it was a conditional or it wasn't an approval, but it
Correct.
was based on what transpires. But there were additional questions that I wasn't able to answer in regards to what that would cover
Right.
from a tax incentive perspective. Is it Alpharetta property taxes only? Does it include school? Does it include the county? Can you elaborate
Sure.
on that?
And it's all. It is the county. It is the school tax, the county tax, as well as the city tax. So the Development Authority heard the initial request. Are you willing, to do the bond inducement, go through the bond inducement, the tax abatement, which is a 10-year program. The first year would be a 50% abatement on the taxes, and that's all of them. The second year would go down to 45%, and so on and so on. Same program that we went through with Avalon as well as City Center. The difference on this one, and again, that was the initial, if we do X, will you be willing to work with us? And the Development Authority said yes. Now, they haven't gone through the actual parcels that will be included as a part of that tax abatement, the final parcels. So that's something that they will have to look at. But one thing that's really interesting is the taxes right now for this parcel, and I think it's $12 million, and the applicant can correct me if that's incorrect, but $12 million, and it goes to almost triple that. So even with the tax abatement, some of the taxes, when you look at these particular parcels that were basically parking lots, those three entities would still receive the same amount of taxes, if not more, because of the value that's added. And so those are some of the things the Development Authority will also be looking at. Mm-hmm. What is the benefit to the public? If we do this, what is the value of these parcels in 10 years when the abatement is gone, or even the first year at a 50%? So it's something that has to make sense for the Development Authority and the community. They're also going to look at the halo effect. Mm-hmm. Doing nothing out here, what is the value that goes down with the existing mall? So there's a lot that goes into that. The first initial meeting is just, are you willing, to work with us and go through that process? So there'll be additional detail once it goes through City Council.
Once it's finalized through City Council. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you for that insight. That's helpful.
Before you leave, a quick question. Since you brought up some of the conditions, talk about the full-service hotel and how you feel about having a full-service hotel on the property.
If there's a hotel approved as part of it, we did recommend a hotel, but only if it's a full service. And I think it was somebody from the Planning Commission had asked us to go ahead and look at how many hotels have been developed within the North Point overlay, and we did find 9 that are what we consider limited service. So any hotel that's approved as part of the redevelopment, we are recommending that it's a full service. If you think about, it's not within City Center, but the Curio Hotel, which is near City Center, is a full service hotel. You have the Hilton full service hotel over at Windward, as well as the Marriott, and then you have Avalon as part of the mixed use that's a full service. So with the amount of hotels that we have that are not full service, we are recommending that it be restricted to full service.
Okay, thank you.
Just have one quick question. Kathy, I was talking about, quality. When you look at New York Life, New York Life's the owner and Trademark would kind of be the developer, correct? Has Trademark invited you, city council members, or the mayor to go visit other developments they have to see what kind of quality they have? I don't think they have anything local. I pulled up like Galleria in Dallas, I think was probably their closest one or something in the same nature. What I'm getting at is before we kind of had Alpharetta, right, North American Properties. We were able to go down to Atlantic Station, take a look at this. We were able to see other developers to really have that trust with them, to understand the quality long term of what they would see. Has there been anything set up that you guys have had an opportunity to go visit their other developments and see how well they maintain their developments?
No, we haven't had an opportunity to go visit any of the other developments. We did participate. I guess it was over a year ago. They had a charrettes over at Avalon where they brought in architects from across the country as well as landscape designers, some of the top architects that went through a process of putting together what would be the best plan for North Point. So we did participate in that for a couple days, the process to see, how they made the final selection on the team that went forward. So that's the process. Otherwise, we've only researched other developments, and that has just been from here, but not an actual tour of the actual development.
I would recommend you got 2 weeks before City Council. I think you ought to strongly recommend a visit to kind of build that trust.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? A lot of good questions, and I just want to remind the board and staff that with a development like this, it's important to exercise due diligence and spend as much time as we need to spend reviewing it, because this is generational development, and I can see the faces. You're getting tired, but you're here because you care, and there are those who are not here, and they depend on the decisions we make today. It's a tremendous responsibility. So that's why we like to go through these types of applications with a fine-tooth comb to the extent we can. I know we have a presentation from the applicant. There'll be further questions. I don't know how long that's going to be. There may be additional questions for staff. Does the board want to take a break?
I'm good.
Okay.
These poor people are sitting in the audience, I feel.
All right. Well, that's all the questions for this time. We are going to ask the applicant to come forward and make a presentation. We haven't seen you in a while.
It's great to be back. Thank you.
We've seen you before.
Well, it's nice to be back. Thank you. Carl Westmoreland, 3343 Peachtree Road, representing New York Life. Alan Rubenstein, Crystal Wilson, and Alex Dimitro of New York Life are here. From Trademark, Nick Nicolosi, Monica Rivera, and Weston Graves are here. And you'll hear from Mr. Graves a lot more in a few minutes. New York Life owns the portion of North Point Mall, which is the subject of the application. I think to respond to Ms. Richards' question, that is everything other than the Dillards and Von Maur, which explains why it includes a lot of property that's not being redeveloped. The question is, I think Ms. Cook responded, was the council had wanted us to include everything that they own so that you wouldn't be coming back piecemeal on another part of it. So you would have that part would be wrapped up in the conditions that you recommend and council approves. So that's why it's a little bit unusual. As all of you acknowledged, Ms. Cook, Mr. Woodman did a terrifically thorough job on all of this. We've spent a lot of time trying to work through conditions. I'll talk about those more in a minute. As an initial matter, you acknowledged, staff acknowledged that the mall is in trouble. It's not healthy. That's not unique to North Point. It's certainly not unique to Atlanta. A couple of years ago, you heard the plan from Brookfield on a smaller portion of this. It's probably a good thing that didn't go forward, given what's happened in the last couple of years with the mall and the economy in general. That was more of a Band-Aid. The application that you've got in front of you tonight is more like surgery. But surgery is expensive. It removes a great deal more of the mall. It proposes a much more robust redevelopment plan of a variety of uses. And the question was raised earlier, how do you come up with a mix of uses? I think the answer from the applicant standpoint is we try to come up with a mix of uses that's viable, that can be financed, and that can be built. And that's what they've done, and Mr. Graves will be able to answer the questions to explain that shortly. It's also consistent with the comprehensive plan for North Point, which talks about, as you know, a mix of houses, integration with MARTA, and making this a walkable community. And again, staff has, I think, done a good job of explaining how we have accomplished that. With regard to conditions, you mentioned that a red line had been sent to you. Since that, a couple of days ago, we sent that to staff. Since then, we've had additional discussions with staff, and I think we've resolved quite a few of these issues. There was an issue somebody raised of the hotel. From our standpoint, we know the city wants full service if they define that. We think that the market maybe is a little more segmented than that, and that may be simply a matter of working with staff to get a more precise definition of what a full-service hotel is. I mean, you know there are a lot more types of hotels now than there were 2 or 3 years ago. Some of the changes are just clarifications, a clarification of what is a storefront street, or the use of impact fees. I think we've resolved those with staff now to clarify that those can be credited against open to the public areas like the Stormwater Park, as Ms. Cook explained, or off-site improvements such as the MARTA stops that we also discussed. So obviously the big issue is the number of multifamily units allowed. Staff, as you know, is constrained by a 5-year period beyond which they can't make any recommendations. So when we asked for more units that could be reasonably developed in 5 years, they said, all right, the third phase is going to be for sale, which does not, and it is not restricted by the 5-year period. The applicant strongly feels, and again, representatives of New York Life as well as Trademark can address this in more detail, that the greater number is consistent with the city's projections, and it's necessary to make a financially viable redevelopment. So our language, as you saw in the red line, suggests that the third phase be allowed as for rent, but also subject to timing requirements and concurrency requirements. That is to say that the office be built, the Stormwater Park be built, and a lot of other things that the staff has included. So I think that is clearly the biggest difference between us and staff. I think staff can't make that recommendation because of the policy within which they're working. One other thing that occurred to me to mention, there was a discussion about the disruption, and I think we talked about City Center, we talked about some projects on Highway 9. One thing I'd say that's different here, and yes, it's going to be over a period of years, but it's all internal. It's not out on streets that other people are using. It's not really inconvenience to them. It's in a parking lot. So again, we appreciate all the staff has done. We think we've gotten a lot closer to working out any issues that we had with conditions. Again, I think the amount of multifamily, and that has to do with the ability to finance and go forward with the project. So all of us will be glad to answer questions. Let me get Mr. Graves at this point to go through some more visuals that I think may help understand the project. Thanks.
Keep us awake.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much. Weston Graves, 1701 River Run, Fort Worth, Texas, 76107. My associate, Monica Luetta, may join me for a few questions now and again if I don't know the answer. So I was telling people before made the trip up here that I have a hefty job of illustrating over a year's worth of work in a very short period of time, but Kathy really already did it. So I have a much smaller job to do now, and I guess with your permission, I am not going to go through the exhaustive, detailed presentation because she covered 95% of it. And I'd like to focus on a few items that we just want to bring to the forefront, address your questions. So I'm not even sure how to change slides and that sort of thing, but okay, so let's do this. In the interest of time and because everything's been covered, I think the first thing we want to do is show the video. if that's okay, Mr. Graves. I don't think we're related, but. Not very long, but I think it shows a little bit more comprehensive look. And excuse some of the text at the beginning. This was created because we have already been marketing this opportunity to potential tenants and took this to Vegas several months ago. This was one of the major tools we were using to talk about how great Alpharetta is. As that wraps up, I'll go ahead and get started. I want to echo everybody's sentiments already with the work that Kathy and staff have put into this. They've been excellent guides through this process. And I want to thank the community members that have shown up at our open house. And we had over 1,000, I think over 1,200 respond to an initial survey that kicked off this whole process. And we've had meetings and presentations with local business associates who have also provided feedback. So I want to just express our thanks to all of those folks. I'm going to definitely hit every one of your questions, and if I didn't get them down, please don't be offended. Writing quickly and trying to listen at the same time. But I'm going to answer, as well as those, a few other questions that we've received through all of those engagements over this time period. And I think the first one, and the biggest one, is the why question. And it's been touched on already. I think a simple Google search about regional malls over 1 million square feet, and you'll come up with plenty of articles about the future of malls and what is it and what direction are they going. So I won't go into detail with regard to that. Happy to answer some other questions if necessary, but I think the most evident or relevant, I guess, evidence of that is there was a previous owner of this property who was entitled to 300 additional multifamily units and other development, who chose to move on, and New York Life is now the owner of this property. So that's the core reason why we're here. New York Life had the foresight. They have a fiduciary responsibility to their investors to make sure they're doing the right things with their assets. They saw the opportunity with great real estate in a great community, that it could be more and doesn't have to be viewed as something that's just deteriorating over time. So they engaged Trademark to manage, lease, and oversee the future development of this property. We took the approach of looking at it on a decades timeline. What needs to be done to this asset to assure its success for decades and decades to come? It had a significant life as a mall, and it was successful. There are still some malls throughout the country who are going to continue to be successful as malls. The numbers are much smaller than they used to be, but there will be. We took the approach of, again, looking at it long term, looking at it for decades to come, and the biggest things that came out of that with our research across the nation are right-sizing the uses. So to address one of the questions about what uses are in this development and why we selected them, it's twofold, to oversimplify it, frankly. The first is a mix of uses that brings activity to the site at different times of day, different times of night, for different purposes, and the more trips that are generated, the longer duration that people stay. The research shows the more successful the establishments are in that development. So it is certainly a mix, as was said, of live, work, and play. The other heavily influencing factor on that mix of uses, as Carl indicated or alluded to, is the financial viability of those uses. For a $500 million development, you can imagine there's a lot of eyes besides the ones in this room that are going to look at this and decide whether it's the right place to invest money, because it's ownership's responsibility to invest their clients' money in the most viable and highest return investments they can, and they could invest that money anywhere in the country. We do believe that this is a golden opportunity for investment, and so the mixes we have asked for in this development not only create that synergy of uses and people on the site, but also are heavily influenced by what is financeable, what underwriters of a financial investment will look at and say, I believe in this, I'll put my money in it. And so that's a heavy influence. And I'll take more questions on that, but I'll stop there for now. The other thing that was a few questions came up about Trademark. So I'll address that, and it'll kind of roll into a little bit of the quality of the development in answering that question. Trademark property has been around for 30 years. We have done a multitude of different developments, about $4.5 billion worth of investment in different assets over those 30 years. A significant chunk of that has been done in the last 5 to 10 years. Just projects have gotten bigger and bigger. And while all of those developments were very varied in location and scale and size and density, one of the things that was consistent in most of the Trademark developments is a focus on pedestrian-oriented destination experiences. We were heavy into the placemaking before placemaking was the it term to use, and we would love to host anybody who wants to join us at any of our properties, Market Street Woodlands, Waters Creek, any number of the others that we developed from the ground up. A large portion of our portfolio is also redevelopment of existing assets and kind of taking them to the next level. And we have different levels of commitment from ownerships on those properties on what they're willing to do. But even in those where we take over a property and we have a $10 million budget or a $3 million budget, our focus is on that experience of the customer and that this place is more than just a place to buy things. So that's just a little bit about us. I hope that in the images that Kathy showed as well as in the video, it starts to indicate some of the quality level that we think is appropriate for this development. Not every development has the same appropriate level of quality. This one has a very high level of quality that is appropriate and we think is absolutely required for success. Quality can be measured in a number of different ways: the quality of the tenants, the quality of the materials, the longevity of the buildings, and how it's organized. But we've spent we took the approach in preparing for this moment to spend a year and I think upwards of $1 million on design and research, because we felt like expressing the quality of this development and being able to stand behind the images that we're showing you and commit that we can do this. These aren't pretty pictures that once we actually put a pen to paper, we're not going to be able to figure it out. So we felt like that was very important, and that's also why this is a 400-plus page document, is because we chose not to do the probably more simple application of just going in for a rezoning and then coming in for a subsequent site plan and then subsequent everything else and stretching this out. Because again, we think the story is in this being a holistic development and a holistic plan that creates a destination in North Point that we think will be successful for decades and decades. Keep going here. Okay, it was addressed. I think Kathy touched on it, but it's something we wanted to definitely express. When we originally approached Kathy and team with this proposal, as she indicated, we were only proposing to rezone the previously rezoned 30-something acres, which actually I don't even think it would have been a rezoning because it was already rezoned mixed use. We were asked to expand the rezoning to the full 83 acres as an indication that we do think this is a comprehensive plan. We do think if we stopped with what's on the page, it will be successful long-term. We do not have any indication that Dillard's, Von Maur, or Macy's is going anywhere, or AMC is going anywhere. And we believe that interior mall, small shop, and anchors can be extremely successful if they are in the right context and surrounded by the right additional amenities. And most importantly, in my opinion, the right size, about half of what it was. So that's just an emphasis on, sure, none of us know the future, we have no control over those anchors and what they do and their businesses and what happens to them. 10 years ago, we wouldn't have thought, several of the major anchors would have gone out of business. But all I can say is that we truly believe in this plan, and if this plan is developed as we're showing it, it will stand the test of time and make those remaining retailers much more successful than they are today. Phasing, completely understand the question, and I think there's two concepts that are very important to understand about even the nuances of the language in the document as well as our motivations. So I'll start with our motivations. This is an extremely expensive development and Mr. Graves, if you actually wouldn't mind pulling up the site plan, I think it's on page, 15, I believe. Not only is it a very expensive development overall, upwards of $500 million, it takes a significant investment up front. And the reason for that is we believe that one of the core elements of the success of this development is to start from the core and move outward with additional development. And there's two reasons for that. We believe that you need to start with creating the place that people want to be, want to associate themselves with, want to take their family to when they come into town and everybody's just looking to get out of the house on a Saturday. And you've got to create that place to begin with. If you create that place on the periphery, then you've got an uphill battle to get people from there to the other side of the site. So we believe that it needs to be in the middle of the development geographically and in the heart of the development. That the village there in red that was described and the event plaza that was described, new entry to the mall, that is the heart of this development. The challenge with that is to do that, you've got to tear down half the mall. You've got to regrade 33 acres of land in order to create a more flat pedestrian environment, as Kathy indicated that they were really looking for. You've got to move a lot of existing tenants. All that equals spending a lot of money just to get to the dirt. In addition to that, we believe it's very important to install the infrastructure, and this speaks to phasing as well, of both the continuation of North Point Drive, which is that storefront street east-west on the plan, and the major north-south drive, which hasn't been named. The infrastructure of those, the improvements to the existing garage, and creating those developable blocks up front is important in order to facilitate construction over time without negatively impacting the construction you just did or the existing mall. In addition to getting back to the dirt, also an initial investment up front in the mall to remain on the interior is very important. We don't want any perception from the very beginning of this project that that's the leftovers. That is a new, energized environment. We have to do that not only because we want to for the long term for our customer base. We're not going to be able to convince tenants to move to the other half of the mall unless we show them what it's going to be. It's just a necessity that is part of the core element of this project. So back to the phasing question. You start with the first phase in the core, the multifamily for rent product to the north side of it immediately engages that core with people living on the site as well. The reason for the development phased over time from there is two things, really. One is we will achieve the returns that we need in order to pay for all of this by showing people what right now is on paper, making it real, having them out to the site, investors, tenants, everybody. So if we built it all at once, we basically have to give everybody a deal up front because it's a dream to start with. You always, if you go out and buy a house in the middle of nowhere on a new subdivision, you're going to get a better deal on that house if you're the very first house in the neighborhood. If they've already started building those houses and the neighborhood is established, typically you're going to pay a little bit more because you've proven the value and quality of the development. So part of it has to do with proving what our story is and capitalizing on that over time. Part of it is also just the factors of housing and residential in general is that you don't want to flood the market all at one time. If you do, you basically cannibalize yourself. So having it done over phases and over time is very important so that you can make sure each one of those developments is successful and thriving and you're bringing new people to the community and not just cannibalizing your own people who just rented your first apartment. What also affected our decisions with regards to phasing is the desire for the city of Alpharetta to have a sunset on the multifamily entitlements. So, you know, we want to build what the market demands. That's kind of one of the first rules. And so we've indicated the first phase being close around 300 units, I think 320 units. You know, when we get into market research, it may say that should be 400 units or that should be 250 units. But we're trying to play within the rules that have been expressed to us, or at least the desires that have been expressed to us about number of multifamily units coming on at one time, not exceeding your thresholds with regards to rent versus for sale, and it's kind of just a little bit of, and not putting ourselves in a situation where we're back in front of you because we said, we guessed wrong about how long it was going to take to get that done, so we need another year. So it's a bit of a balancing act, and that was a little bit of a wordy response, and I apologize, but I'm happy to take more questions to clarify that a little bit more. But some of the other questions that we've received, and I'm going to compare it with my list from you guys real quick. I guess back to quality again, I just want to re-emphasize that we have already submitted as part of this application, I know you guys have seen it, design guidelines that would hold us accountable for the quality of development from an architecture, landscape, signage, everything standpoint. Those will be further approved by DRB, and I'd imagine they're probably going to ask for some additional things, so I would treat what's in your hands as a draft, and we're ready to dig in and work much harder on that. That also will address, hopefully, the standards that come with our entryways. At each one of those entryways, you're absolutely right. We want to set our first impressions. If it's not obvious with this presentation, first impressions are very important to us. So that applies to our developments as well, and believe that can be handled in that. Flipping through, I already talked about holistic approach. I think Kathy covered the gathering spaces, indoor, outdoor, pretty well, but I guess just to emphasize that the programs, the internal and external, interior and exterior, I should say, gathering spaces are very important to set the tone. I would qualify the character of these environments. Obviously, the images speak 1,000 words, but high quality, a little bit more casual than maybe in Avalon, a little bit more comfortable letting the kids run around the green, that sort of thing, but still quality level right up there. Those indoor and outdoor gathering spaces, it's important to us to have multiple scales of those because, yes, we might have 2,500 person concerts. We also might have, the local Girl Scout troop selling cookies, and we don't want to put them in a 10,000 square foot green. So a lot of attention has gone into, and we have some of the best designers in the country on this, into creating those different outdoor rooms that are not only can be programmed and activated by the activities that we bring to the table, but also just surrounded by outdoor patios and spaces and storefronts that look onto those greens, so they're activated 24/7, whether we're throwing a program or not, and that's extremely important to this design. I think Kathy mentioned already that we're very proud to say that we not only meet the goals of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan and the LCI, but exceed them in a lot of ways. And one of those ways in particular is what she mentioned about our eco-district initiative and our connectivity to the surrounding amenities of Alpharetta. So I'll start with the eco-district, and I think she summarized it up fine, but our goal is basically the way the code is written, and there's a little bit of interpretation, but basically we could treat this, because we would go in for one land disturbance permit for the whole thing, since we're basically doing all the site work up front, it has to be done that way. we would only need to, I guess, in order to meet the letter of the code, we'd only have to meet the eco-district points for one project, no matter how big it is, which may only be 7 to 10 points. What we're proposing is we want to break the project up into 5 zones, and we're committed to meeting those minimum requirements for every one of those 5 zones. So in essence, you're getting 5 times your minimum requirement. We asked for some flexibility that if one zone exceeds it by, it had a requirement of 10 and we do 15, that the next zone maybe only has to do 5 instead of 10. In the end, the overall is you're always above the requirement, no matter what point in time it is, and at the end you have a lot more eco-district points than you otherwise would. With regards to connectivity, I think the image that was put on the screen, and it's slide 16 if you wanted to bring it up, Mr. Graves. A lot of attention we heard very, very early on in conversations with staff that it was very, very important to make sure we had connectivity both within the site and to all the amenities surrounding. So we have, plans for the bike lane around the north side of the Loop Road, connects over to Encore Parkway, and then up and across 400 to the Alpha Loop. Eventually, when the MARTA bridge is put in, that will also be an access point to go directly across over to the Alpha Loop. Big Creek Greenway, we will have pedestrian routes through the site and out our southern exit ways, improving those sidewalks down to the new improved wider sidewalks along North Point Parkway and then across to the entrance, Big Creek Greenway. The Stormwater Park itself, which I'm going to touch on that specifically here in a minute, but I don't want to get off track. Obviously, connection from within the site to that as an amenity. And then obviously, as was mentioned, we have designed and planned around the future MARTA station and are open to dedicating land to that. And committed to, I should say. And improvements to the new bus stops. Did I miss anything connectivity, Monica? I think that's it. Let's see here. Mix of uses, phasing, green space. So back on the open space, to address your question. I'm glad you brought it up because I do believe we're undercalculating. And there's one reason in particular that actually it's not, we're not exceeding as much, I guess, per capita, for lack of a better word, open space per overall gross acre. The way the calculation for amenity space is that the common area of the mall is considered amenity space. The previous applicant was leaving the entirety of the interior of the mall, so they had probably at least an acre or more, I don't know off the top of my head, of additional space counted there that we have demoed, so we don't have that opportunity. One of the other things that we noticed in their application was that every tree island in the parking lot was counted as open space, and we elected not to do that. So if you were going to compare, now we elected not to do that when we were only talking about the 30 acres because we had plenty and we were exceeding open space requirements by a huge amount. When we expanded it to 83 acres, we didn't adjust those numbers. So we didn't even count any of that, the open, quote unquote, open space of tree islands and parking lots that are on that other 50 acres of land. In addition to, the areas, even actually the entire buffer along 400, where we were only counting, I believe, half of it. Tyler can correct me if I'm wrong, but he nodded, so I believe that's sound. So all that's to say, I do believe our 18.3 is going to go up, but we're proud to say that we were already exceeding the requirements and exceeding them to the point where we don't have to do the stormwater parks in order to meet our open space requirement, which the previous applicant did have to do that. So segue into stormwater park. Committed to doing it. We've worked hard with Kathy and team to come up with a financially viable way to do it. The intent of impact fees is for improvements to the community, and we believe that is one. As far as the details of the design, conceptually, what Kathy explained is correct. An overlook trails through, really only focusing on, well, we only have the legal ability at this point in time, frankly, to work on our owned property. And, you know, creating an environment that's much more than just some trees to go by, but an amenity for the area and for our development as well as the overall community. Connecting those with a trail. But all that's to say that we don't have a specific, you know, design plans yet, and that's something that we would need to work on in all the way up to DRB and get approval on at that point in time. So conceptually, we're there. Conceptually, we know that we would spend approximately the amount of our impact fees on those parks, each one, which is, I believe, to the tune of $2.5 million for each portion. So that's kind of how we're bookending that right now, is saying, okay, we can take that to the bosses and say, here's how much we're spending, here's how it works, and we're going to go get plans done at this point in time. So that's where we are right now with that. I'm going to just jump through your questions at this point in time, but comparable projects. One of the reasons that it's difficult to come up with comparable projects is that while there are a lot of malls that are trying to redevelop right now, and actually if the pandemic hadn't happened, we'd already have some examples on the ground to go walk through. But there were a lot in planning. So there aren't that many that are done. There's a lot in planning. In my experience from research, and we can dig in and find this additional research, most of them ask for a substantial amount of multifamily because it's what can be underwritten. It makes sense from a balance of uses on the site standpoint, because you're talking a lot of time millions of square feet of other development, so the multifamily balances out. But back to this, the reason this is an opportunity that doesn't come along very often, most malls, as we mentioned before, you know, Dillard's, Von Maur own their own parcels. Macy's has a lease for 30-something years. They effectively own their own parcels. So does AMC. Most of the time, malls were developed with the barbell mentality. This one was as well. You put the anchors at the end and you build what you own in between. Those anchors are typically owned, controlled, making money or not making money. The ownership of the mall doesn't have the ability to demo them or buy them financially. It's not financially viable to do it. And developing in between, taking out the center of a mall and having things left over at either end that you don't control, just doesn't make for a very good situation. So this, I would say, at a minimum, I would be confident in saying that this is a more aggressive redevelopment of a mall than you would typically see, because we control more of the land than you typically see in most mall situations. And so it's a huge advantage, and it's a huge opportunity that does not come along very often. Other retailers remaining, I think I already addressed that. Let's see here. The grocer and the office. I imagine that question was asked because we redlined the document. And our rationale for redlining the document is, as I mentioned, this isn't the only group. Council's not the only group. This community is not the only group we have to answer to. And so in proving up that this is a viable project, we're trying to limit the number of hurdles that we don't control. We're not grocery developers. We're not hotel developers, for that matter. So we reach out to those developers and say, what makes sense here? And you know, we have to trust their judgment. So the best we can do, or the most we can, what we ask for is whatever flexibility you think you can handle, because it creates a situation where we go to get this project approved in the first place, we don't have somebody underwriting it and going, I'm not even going to count that phase of whatever because they got to get through 3 other things that they have no proof they're going to be able to do to even have the right to do it. So when it comes down to it, that's really the rationale behind that. As Carl mentioned, I don't think we need to get into details into it here because I think we're on the right path with Kathy and her team to iron that out in detail. But that's the answer to your question and why we marked that up, or at least an attempt to answer your question. From a, I think the hotel, I want to emphasize that point though with the hotel specifically. Hotels and grocers are along the same lines in our experience. They are more so than a lot of tenants. They want to see before they believe. If you want the best in quality, then you need to kind of show them what the development's about, and then they'll sign on the dotted line. They don't tend to kind of be the pioneers at the front of a development. But we have actually gotten some interest from some developers of hotels specifically that are very interested in this site and are interested in participating on the front end. And we're excited about that opportunity because having a quality hotel with a brand name and a brand flag in your development can validate your development to a myriad of other tenants. So it's just a domino effect. And so, again, we're just trying to kind of create a situation where we can capitalize on an opportunity. And we understand, you know, that's something that just has to be talked through, and it's just where we are. From a tax question, I can answer relatively. We have experts that handle that. But I think Kathy actually already touched on it, really. Our analysis of the tax abatement is that even during the abatement period, the 10-year abatement period, our development will result in a higher taxes paid than are currently paid on those same parcels of land. And at the end of that 10 years, it is the 3 or 4 times or more. All that's determined. There's a lot of, you know, who's making the guesses on values, who's, you know, all of that sort of thing. So we would lean on the authorities that really are going to prove that to give us the rules with regards to that, but that's what our analysis shows so far. School-aged children, I think Kathy touched on that one as well. We understand that you have to make your decision based off of the data that's provided to you, but it's, in our experience, quite high in terms of number of children expected in these developments. Originally, the project was contemplated with no 3 bedrooms, just because the previous development was approved that way. The only reason we're actually putting in 3 bedrooms at this point is because after the pandemic, our assets that have multifamily in them, we have seen an increase in the desire for offices, 3rd bedrooms for just space, more people working at home, and they're willing to pay a pretty high premium in order to do that. So we think that's important to give the customers what they want. With regard, I think, before I jump into the multifamily a little bit more, did I answer most questions that were asked?
Somewhat. We'll probably have
Okay.
additional
All right. Well,
questions.
let me touch on multifamily, and then I'll be quiet, and you can ask me.
We have follow-ups.
Well, yes. With regards to the multifamily, I touched on it a little bit already, and Carl touched on it as well. Completely respect, you know, the kind of handcuffs, for lack of a better term, that are put on Kathy and staff with regards to recommending anything that far out with regards to multifamily. I would just say that, you know, summarize it by saying, you know, the multifamily that we develop here, we think the city of Alpharetta will be very proud of. We think we are developing a community within a community, and that 900 units is not excessive in a development of this size. 11.2 or whatever units per acre is very low in terms of just development in general. As I expressed before, we believe that the plan we're putting in front of you is the plan. While we can't tell the total future of everything, we have developed a plan that we think we can stand behind and say it will work with what we're showing today. I think I already talked a little bit about the phasing with regards to that. We would like to probably, I didn't even think about it until we had this conversation, Kathy, but we probably would like to have the flexibility that there's some sort of trigger for timing versus number of units so that it's not forced into a situation that it takes 9 or 10 years. If that's what it takes because the market dictates that, then that's what it takes. But if the market dictates it could move faster, and maybe that trigger is just coming back in and saying, hey, you know, it's going to happen faster than we thought. Will you guys say yes to that? I mean, that may be all we can do, and that's fine. I think I've already talked about the schools and the time frame. We've gotten questions about, you know, parking, bicycle parking, amenities, all that sort of thing. These are first-class apartments. We are not going to short-sight them on any amenity, any parking. Everybody needs a parking space. It will all be gated parking, so we are not playing any games with regards to shared parking of residents versus retail and that sort of thing. It just hurts everybody to do that. We are being aggressive with the number of parking spaces from a retail and office standpoint because we think that is the future and it aligns with the goals that the city of Alpharetta has anyway. And I think I'm just going to stop there, kind of anticlimactically, and let you guys ask any additional questions you have.
Well, thank you for your presentation, very lively, and I just thought of rephrasing a statement that's very common, that, you know, a picture is worth 1,000 words, but how about that a video is worth 10,000 words? So the video kind of clarifies things a little bit. I also want to remind us all that what is before us today is an amendment to the North Point Mall master plan, a rezoning from planned shopping center to mixed use, and also conditional use. And master planning is not a perfect science. It's actually worse than that. You're dealing with what I consider the known knowns, the known unknowns, and the unknown unknowns. and trying to juggle between so many things with a lot of uncertainty. Especially now, there's a lot of uncertainty in development and in just about everything because of the pandemic, and it's a huge shift of what is happening. It's not easy to do, so we really appreciate your efforts and the work that has been put into this. You did mention something that is of significance. What we are finding currently all over the country is that a lot of people are starting to prefer working from home, and they want to have, you know, space where they can work more than they would want to go to the office. We don't know whether that is sustainable, whether it's going to continue a year, 2 years, 5 years from now, but we are getting a little comfortable working from home as a nation, and there is that factor to consider. I think a mixed use does promote that, or I'll rephrase it, consistent with that trend, where people will be very close to work in the first place. We don't have to drive, especially with the gas prices skyrocketing right now. But in any case, one of the questions I had for you, and I will reserve some questions for the traffic engineer, is what area are you going to do a legal description as required in condition number 1?
That would be the entire 83.2 acres, as illustrated in exhibit. I don't know what exhibit number it is, but basically it's the entirety of the owned land by New York Life.
You mentioned Von Moore and Dillard's. They own their parcels?
Yes, they own their building and the parking associated with that.
And they're islands?
That's correct.
So you're not going to include the area they own? Okay.
That's correct. They have a small flag that, we call it a flag lot, but basically it comes out and touches the public right-of-way so that it's a legal lot. So it's not completely an island, but it's completely surrounded other than probably 25 feet, at one point of the property line.
Can you clarify the question I did ask Kathy regarding with the square footage to be demolished?
Yeah, it is the 464,000 and change.
So the Kimley Horn report is in error?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, just want to clarify that because it is in the package. All right, questions?
I have a question. Did you mention the food court?
I did not mention the food court. Again, I think that is something that we plan on working out with staff with regards to definition of food hall is actually the terminology.
Right.
It's in the document. We definitely think that, it's on our plan because we believe that we want this development to provide for a variety of needs, whether it be the type of customer or just the time of day. So different price points for different restaurants, food options, things like that. And a food hall / food court / there's plenty of new tenant concepts, for instance, that really act as a food hall. They have multiple options, multiple grab and go, multiple cooking, but you wouldn't call it a food hall. And I think just some of that definition is really all we need to do.
Okay, so you're saying that you're going to work with staff on the food hall?
That's correct.
And that you're going to work with staff on a definition of upscale or better defined hotel?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're going to work with them regarding a market or grocery store, or where did you land on that?
Yeah, we would, that one's probably, that and the conference space associated with the hotel are two ones that are probably the most difficult to just kind of work out. A conference space is just frankly very difficult to underwrite for a hotel developer without incentives from a city in our experience, and we're not asking for any of those. I don't even think the city of Alpharetta has a way to do that. I'm not sure, but
you've done it once.
Anyway, but with regards to that aspect, I think the conference space, as far as the hotel, is something that is very, very difficult and does put a lot of handcuffs on what the opportunities are there. With regards to grocer, I appreciate this. We started talking. Our head of development, my boss, is actually had a 20-year history in grocery store development. So he's our in-house expert on that. And as I think I mentioned before, they tend to be the create it or create the households and then we'll show up type. A small grocer, I think, is much more viable. But we do want to talk through exactly what that is, kind of the timing of it. Really, to be honest, we first saw that requirement about 2 weeks ago and really just are still digesting and trying to figure out how we would underwrite that. Because the most important part of it is, even the first time we saw it, it's a 6,000 square foot, originally it was a 6,000 square foot grocer that was conditioned you couldn't do the third phase of multifamily without it. Now it's, I believe, the second phase at this point, or I'm not sure exactly. Is it second? Okay. The biggest heartburn we have on it is not having a grocer. We'd love to have a grocer. The biggest heartburn on it is trying to underwrite the third phase and now the second and third phase of entitlements, because basically you don't have them. You can say you have the entitlements, but you don't have them until you have a grocer and the office and that sort of thing. And just getting approvals, getting people to underwrite the financial viability of those things that are beyond that hurdle is a difficulty, and we just want to talk through it and make sure that we're, expressing our concerns and going from there. And I guess that's all I could say at this point.
And then what about I have a problem with making the bike lane smaller. I don't like going from 3 to 1 foot. It's just a safety feel. you know, we're supposed to be walkable, bikeable, and now we're shrinkable. We're shrinking. I don't have a good feel for that.
Understood, and I think it's worth sharing the rationale behind that. First of all, it's the striped buffer in between the bike lane and the drive lane that we're asking for 1 foot versus 3. The only rationale behind that is we have an existing drive lane, and that existing drive lane, our leases with Macy's, our REA agreements with Dillard's and Von Maur and all of those, they have a say in that. We can't reduce the number of lanes of that loop road without their approval. So we don't want to promise anything that we can't guarantee we can deliver. One, we worked with Kimley Horn. They indicated that on a road with the amount of traffic of our loop road, it's not a public road out there, you know, where people are trying to get to work or whatever. It's the loop road. There is a limit of traffic. Yeah. That the 1 foot would be acceptable, but we can continue to work on that and just verify there's not any other options there, but understand your concern.
Well, and I'd just like to point out that in the previous application, that was a 3 foot buffer.
Yes.
In the Brookfield.
Oh, it was?
It
okay,
was.
I wasn't
and
even aware of that.
It's the same location.
Okay.
So that hasn't changed, and that was a condition. I just have to ask a question. I'm not sure. There seems to be a lot of your responses to the conditions seems to be fluid, and you know, this body needs to look at the 30 plus conditions and finalize what the language is, and then take a vote. Yes. And what I'm hearing from you is there's a lot of things that are still kind of fluid, and it's challenging for me to, I mean, I don't know if it's your attorney that we need to drill down with, or if it's you, but that's what our objective is tonight, is to finalize these, take in your input, discuss where we're not meeting of minds and understand why and if there's flexibility there, but and maybe I'm opening it up to the board, but I
think the intent was for the attorney to come back and go through the conditions. Is that correct?
I'd like to ask a couple of questions to the applicant before we get to the conditions, if you don't mind. Is it okay?
I was just clarifying.
Okay. I want to tie back into a little bit of your description. I'm probably going to be a little bit blunt, and please I'm not saying these things to poke at you or anything like that, but I was really hoping you would step up here as a developer and share your vision of what you anticipated the emotional reaction of the people that you want to come have an experience on this property. Take me all the way through with your architects and bring me through this property. What am I experiencing? What is that engagement? What is that activity? How does all those things come together by creating the density, by creating the multifamily, and having people there, and them coming down and the engagement that they would have, and how that creates vibrancy and those kind of things. And the appeal to that, and we've heard this a lot because we're pretty experienced now, Fred, of having mixed use and kind of going through that, is that emotional experience you have is really what we're looking at for our citizens. And the citizens and the people that would visit this community are ultimately going to have that enjoyment, that emotion. A byproduct of that is they're probably going to spend a lot of money to be there. They're going to be there and enjoy the property, engage in shopping, hospitality kind of feel, all that live, work, play as a highly desirable point. My criticism a little bit to you, and I just want to, how many times you mentioned financial viability to us? You must have said it 15 times. I hope you what I'm giving you is a little bit of, I hope you don't do this to City Council, that you really kind of change this, because you're making it financial for how we're looking at this. Right. We want you to build the best product here for the best experience for everyone to enjoy. And by making that investment, there's a long-term investment kind of piece of it. We've already seen success in Alpharetta. We're not out there in the middle of nowhere of our house never been built. We, multifamily, we have the highest rates. We have the highest, the lowest supply. So it's highly desirable to come to Alpharetta any developer would come to Alpharetta and build something of the highest quality because there's not enough here. We have the highest occupancy rates, all those things. Our hotels also have that in place. The more you're bringing up financial pieces, we don't want to have that discussion with you, because what it would is, it's a tough sword on the other side is, then I start asking you, well, the mall failed, you have an investment, your foreclosure, you're those, we shouldn't be in your mix, right? That's not it. But we should be sharing your vision, like your greater vision, and bond together on that we can all have a great experience here. And with that, then, we start understanding better is that experience we want to have, and everybody wants to have, then you need certain pieces of the puzzle to come together to have that great vision, right? So you need the people and the density to be there. You have to have the shopping experience. This is a unique project, and you never said anything about it's outdoor and it's indoor all in once. It's never been, I don't know of any other projects done it. And I think you have a unique differentiation in the market that would be highly successful, and this could be up on that national platform of one of the best ones. And Avalon had that. They had that recognition nationally. I'm sharing this with you because I hope that's really what we want to hear from you and really kind of get into. Every time you went through each point, it was the financial viability, and I know probably New York Life, right? They probably have the best spreadsheet ninjas that can go run whatever they need to run to make sure they come out with the best IRRs and all those kind of things. I know that because I do it. And I'm looking at that as what's driving your decisions? Who's making the decisions? You as the developer with the vision, or the spreadsheet ninjas that are running it telling you, well, this is what you need to do because that's your financial piece. And that scares me. And you've created an emotion with me now. I'm a little bit scared of what's backing your decisions. And what I'm getting down to is I'd like to know the speed in which you're developing it and who's making those decisions. Because, I mean, like bringing all those pieces together, and we kind of talked about that in the phasing and how do we kind of get everyone together. We're still going to drive through the envelope. And I know Mr. Westmoreland was talking about, well, you're not going to see it from the street, but I still want to go shop there. I mean, that is a destination. It is an amenity for us to kind of go to. I want to have that experience. I want to engage. I kind of want to know, why do you need 900 rental units versus splitting that into a for sale product? Or why you didn't change up your product mix of more townhomes, right? We only have 36 kind of out there. How come you didn't do 150 townhomes? Make that for rent or make that for sale. Talk to me what's driving that, because that's probably the biggest flag we're all seeing is, hold on, 900 units, why do we need to do this? Why, right? So we're trying to get that from you. So I'm sorry I'm long-winded on it, but I wanted to share my feedback with you because you're doing a great job on it, but that's not what I'm hearing, and I hope maybe you can expand upon that now, kind of hearing my viewpoint, maybe others of how I feel about, tell me about the 900, why it can't be built earlier, why you need that in rental, like I kind of said. So if you don't mind, I'd love to hear your perspective and who's making those decisions to get it. Because I don't want to hear financial viability one more time. I really don't. I know it's there. We all know it's there. But the citizens don't go there because it's financially viable for it. They want a great feeling.
If I could add, we don't make our decision based upon your financial feasibility.
Right.
We make it based upon the community vision for our city. So when you say our staff is handcuffed, that's not really how we view it. We view it as that's the vision, that the 68% of housing residential, that's our vision. That's our standard. That's our guidance by which we make our decisions. And I caution you to try to help us understand, like Virgil said, like help us see your vision. And then help us, and I hope you see our vision, and I hope there's a way of kind of compromising on a long-term viability, project that we can all agree on.
And I'll add, we want to help you. I mean, we actually very much want to help you in this process to make you successful. Because if you're successful, our community is successful, right? So if it's not, we've already had previous Prospect Park, which was a failed community for a period of time. It turned into Avalon, but we've gone through this before. That's the history of Alpharetta. So it's a little bit of, we want to make sure you're successful, give you all the tools and resources necessary, but we also want to understand those pieces. So I know I'm going to be quiet here. It's your job to talk.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for the comments. I appreciate it. Sorry if I focused on one area too much. So I would say the vision, I'd go back to where I started, and that is emphasizing that we do believe we start with, and we luckily have a client who has supported us this entire time in developing a vision of the place first, what that place needs to be, the character of that place, what it needs to focus on and have as its goals. And those goals are, again, you know, having a mix of uses that drive activity at all times of the day for various reasons. It's a high quality, but probably slightly more casual environment, and I like to emphasize that because I picture families, I picture small kids coming and visiting this place. There might not be many kids living there, but I think this is a place that we envision being an asset for you know, the community as a whole more than anything. And while some of those elements, you know, create the opportunity to create those places, I can confidently say that our vision for what we presented here has started with the what, and then we've backed into can we do it. And I'm proud of that, and I'm proud of having a client who supports that direction.
I had a follow-on question, and that is, it looks like, you know, from the diagram here, essentially you're developing or redeveloping half the mall, and then the other half is there. Have y'all sat around and said, well, you know, a year, 2 years from now that the mall doesn't survive the other stores, what are you going to do with the rest of the mall? I mean, obviously you don't own those other properties, but what will it look like? An albatross, or, you know, what are y'all going to do with that part, or whatever you can do with that part?
Well, I don't know if this is the right answer or not, but the answer is we haven't, because we truly believe that the plan we're putting in front of you is a complete plan. We do believe that, as you mentioned, the interior mall is a differentiator in this market, and there are plenty of regional and national tenants who, if it's of a quality and in an environment that they think they can thrive in, we can fill it up all day long, and it will be extremely successful and you know, as a component and on its own. So no, we have not spent any time designing what happens if that doesn't work.
One last thing, and that is, what's a typical holding period for this type of property? Is it 10 years, like to the end of the life cycle, or is it just depends?
Yeah, I would say I wouldn't want to, you know, be disingenuous and not say it depends, and there's a lot of factors involved in it. I will tell you that a development of this size, it takes a special type of client, or owner, I should say, to be able to take on something of this magnitude. And not to break the rule a second ago, it doesn't work without a perspective of a longer-term hold than a lot of developers would consider.
So I'll add on to that. So we've had MetLife in Alpharetta, right, kind of making a large investment through other pieces. Prudential, PGIM, you know, bought Avalon, and they're the owners. So we see the same life insurance company kind of, they would be the best owners. And I think what you're getting to is this a redemption period kind of private equity that needs to turn it in 5 to 7 to 10 years, or would there be a long-term hold by New York Life on the property?
You know, I think that it's a complicated question in that I wish that I could just say one way or the other. I think what's important to acknowledge is that it can be a one entity controlled asset to make sure that the quality of the environment and every aspect of that is maintained. But just like Avalon, you know, another one of our clients, not Avalon, but PGIM, you know, the individual tenants have individual leases, and it's the overall owner's and landlord's job to maintain and keep the level of quality, and there are lots of contractual obligations that make that happen. So all that's a long way of saying that I do think there is a long-term ownership perspective of this. There are plenty of other, you know, New York Lifes in the world who can afford to buy something that was built for $400 million, and they can afford to buy it for more than that, whatever that is. But you can also look at, it's most likely, you know, that you could have components of this after development or in order development. We already said we don't develop hotels. So that's one right there. That hotel is going to be developed by someone else and owned by someone else, and we will have to assure the quality is maintained and that all the obligations that we're promising are maintained through REAs and agreements and contracts and overall management of the asset.
Commissioner Brady, one of the things too is when I see the timeline of the for sale is 2029, the for sale element, and then it's, so I'm wondering, you know, where, I know because it's open-ended, but just generally thinking is, you know, where do you build? Okay, we've got our 900 apartments, we've done some other things, and it's time to move on, and we're just not going to do that element. You know, is that just part of the open-ended equation?
No, I think that there was a lot of thought that went into where that for sale product was and when it most likely would come in line. And as I mentioned before, I think the for sale component is similar to some of the other components in that in order to make sure that we can provide the quality of for sale product that we want at the price points that takes, we need to kind of create a place that people want to live at before we can expect that.
So I'm going to go right back to maybe the product mix, and I'm going to be really blunt because we know we're going to get into conditions, and I want to make sure. But feel free. No, we can't do it. Yes, we can. What we're trying to do is kind of bring some things together, right? That's what we're trying to be. That unity kind of focused. What about changing the unit mix for rent and adding more for sale? Is that an absolute deal killer to you? I mean, we're looking at 900 units and was it 36 for sale? I mean, it's so lopsided.
Well, let me just say this. It's 97% rental, 3%
so
for sale.
Understand, where's the movement in that?
Yeah, well, the first thing I'd say is we don't look at it, and I understand everybody looks at it differently. We don't look at it as a 97-3 because we look at all the uses kind of holistically and what percentage of all the uses is rental, what percentage of all uses for sale or retail or office or whatever. And I think that's what, that's the analysis that we use to look at what the right mix is. I think our position at this point in time is when we initially approached staff with what we wanted to do here, I believe we were asking for 1,200 units because we think that's what the market is looking for, and we think it would create a wonderful project. We heard that that's when we were educated on the city's plans, the city's guidelines, kind of the goals. And so we went back to the drawing board and said, we're going to, try and our goal coming into this was to meet or exceed every single goal that the city had in the LCI and the overlay and the 2040, everything. Put our best foot forward. The 900 units does comply with the ratio if it's spread over 9 or 10 years. We have, to answer your question, I have to break the rule again and say that in order to make a $50 million plus investment at the beginning to start the project, we need to know and be able to underwrite what the future is on that. And we kind of worked our way down until we got to that point where it's starting to hurt, and that's basically it.
So say we yielded a little bit to you, just conceded. What do we say? Okay, 900 units, but not over 7 or 10 years. You got to do it in 5. Do you have the ability to do that?
I mean, I could build it. I don't know whether the market. We have investigated that. That was something that was brought up a long time ago, and from a financial perspective, it looks better. But from a development rationale, it doesn't appear to work. You know, we could be pleasantly surprised.
We're very aware of the rationale and what's out, like I said, the occupancy and the demand here, and it's very high. And that's where I'm a little, and like I said, we do 450 and 450.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I don't think there's, and if we go out and continue our research and continue our market research, put plans together, and it turns out that you could build much more, much faster, I can't foresee any reason, just based off of my experience, why we would go, nah, we'd rather spread it out over time.
Just a quick question. You brought up a data point I had not heard, and I've drilled into the 6832 guideline quite a bit and what it means relative to this project. But I just may be looking over to Kathy. Kathy, do you agree with that statement that the 900 units relative to the 6832 guideline works over a 9 to 10 year period?
By the way, that's for the whole city, for everybody else too. So that means one person is taking all the quantities for the whole city.
That's correct. It was the time frame, because our recommendation is based on the 5-year, because the comp plan could change, but yes, over time it is in compliance.
And does it exhaust all available apartment units beyond the 5-year time frame for anyone else to take advantage of?
I think the best chart is on page 10, and it goes through year by year, and it shows that in 2029, which is the year that they said they would deliver the final phase, the third phase, 250 units. So there would be still 212 available. Now, our rental study is not policy. It's a guidance document.
Guideline.
Absolutely. So it's not policy, but it's something that we use that shows, if we're going to try to stay at the 6832, then we should approve no more than 116 per year. So if you look at page 10, it does show that, in 2029, which is their phase 3, there would still be 212.
One other quick question while you're there on the 6832. Didn't I read that in 2015 we did drift beyond the 32 on for rent units in the city, and we got up to 37.4% for rent briefly?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'm going to keep kind of hammering on this for a second, just for timelines on this. So bear with me. And since you brought the financial kind of piece, I can't imagine multifamily has got to be the best thing to underwrite these kind of days and get into it. Most of them want, I know, like 280 to 320 for viability and amenities, and it goes up from there in the 450. I'm so deeply concerned about, and say it, the construction lasting so long that you might exit, since you can't even share with us your long-term horizon either. So remember, we're not really building a lot. We want to build trust with you. That's a big thing. Going back to emotion again, I want to trust you. We want to be involved with you. We want to have a great project. It's a great project for our community. You have a lot of off-ramps on this in the way it's kind of structured. And I would kind of say my concern more is not necessarily you doing I would like a different unit mix, but I understand what you have to do. I'm actually very understanding of that. But I'm deeply concerned about the construction for a long period of time. And then, you do them all, you do a kind of couple of, and you're off. You exit, you sell it to somebody else, and all of a sudden we're sitting out there again. They come in, they need more, right? More and more to kind of engage through that. like to kind of see people living there, right? I think people need to live. That density of people either buying or renting need to be on this property quicker and faster than what you proposed. And I'm trying to get with you before we get into conditions. It's where are you? This is it. This is all we're going to do, or can we work something out in a discussion?
I could certainly appreciate there. I think there's two things that I'd emphasize in order to kind of hopefully put you at ease. I certainly can't stand up here and make any promises that I can't guarantee. I don't own New York Life. I don't own Trade Park. All I can do is the best I can. And the things that I would look at if I was sitting in your shoes is New York Life already has a hundreds of millions of dollar investment in this asset. It is not worth their investment in this asset. And it is going to take a long time and a lot of very, very good, very well done development to get them back to even whole. So that is one thing I would look at if I was in your shoes as, some level of comfort that this person's this entity is dedicated to this because they have to be. Beyond that, I think hopefully you've seen through our presentation here that this is an asset that a company like New York Life or any other group I've ever heard of would be proud to own for a long time. This is not a, whatever you want to qualify it as. So, and I do think that is taken into consideration with entities like that. They're answering to they're doing their fiduciary duty, and it's a development that is of a size and a nature that it has a long-term perspective. It's a core asset. It was a core at one point in time, and it will be again, and that means long-term hold thinking. So hopefully that puts you a little bit at ease, but
Not really.
Okay. So to follow on what Fergal was talking about, and it sounds as though there's some appreciation of what he's trying to convey, and I may try to express it the same way and perhaps a little less artfully. So my daughter just graduated from high school, and I was talking to her about coming to being at this meeting this evening. And I was explaining to her what was going on. In fact, I was talking to some people on the phone about a little bit understanding, and she was in the car with me. And when I got off the phone call, she said, I hope they don't tear down the part of the mall where all my favorite stores are, because it sounds like that's what they're going to do. Okay? Now, my daughter, who just graduated from high school, is a potential renter at one of these apartments that may be completed in the year 2027. And I think what Fergal's maybe trying to get at is this going to be the kind of place where she wants to live, right? And who is that person? Because there's a person who is the Avalon resident, whether we want to characterize it as that or not, and there's this great project that's going on, and the dirt is still being moved across 400, and being a part of those plans, that looks like it's going to be a pretty awesome place to be. So where do you guys fit in the mix? Because if my daughter, who will be a 25-year-old or a 26-year-old, may be able to come home and get a great job in a tech company here in Alpharetta and all of the investments that we make, I'm concerned that she's not going to think it's awfully cool to live at the mall, right? And so that's a little bit of what we're trying to get at. If it turns out that there's still construction fencing up and we're still waiting on phase 3 to go, she might be a little reluctant to be there. Yeah. But if it's to a place where we can get it open and get it going and it looks amazing and it's pretty sweet and that little VW converted coffee trailer, food truck thing, whatever it was in the virtual flyover, that might be pretty amazing for her. And I think part of what that vision is to say, whatever these sticking places are, and what I don't have a handle on, and this is maybe what you could speak to and maybe Kathy could get at, is I think some of this percentage mix is predicated on what's really been successful for this community. And I think that bears that out. What I wonder is, are we also in a period of societal transition where the person who chooses to rent and chooses to rent at a high-end kind of development is the homeowner that everybody was chasing 20 years ago? And I don't know the answer to that question. And if the answer is yes, and we're looking at a long-term renter as an exchange for what used to be the suburban homeowner, then that maybe forces us to address some of these conversations a little bit differently, especially if we're talking about the prospective tenant of 2027 or 2028. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fair. And I would say the first thing I'd say is one of our, we've said it in many of our internal meetings, is if anybody is thinking when they're going and looking at one of these units, 5 or however many years down the road, if they say, do I really want to live at the mall, then we have failed miserably. Because we do not want this development to be defined as a mall moving forward. That is, and the residential aspect of it is one very, very important component of doing that. There's plenty of malls with some restaurants stuck out front and not done well. Now, I'm not saying we're just sticking restaurants out front. We're creating a very, very nice space inside, outside, the holistic thing. But it still probably doesn't become not a mall until you add the residential and those other uses. We're even doing things like, I just finished telling you that the anchors have approval over what we do with a loop road. We took a quarter of it away, and we did it on purpose because we're like, we're going to take some of it away. I don't care, because that is, we have an asset in a park immediately adjacent to it. We have single-family townhomes immediately adjacent to it that we think can go for a very high price point. We have people living and looking over that park. We don't want them all, we may have to keep most of it, but we want to get rid of a little bit of it. As far as your question about who the renters are, who wants to live here, I do think, based off we use a company called Zonda and several other resources to do research on multifamily. And we can certainly send all the detailed statistics. They have profiles on this is your renter, this is who they are, that sort of thing. All of that would tell you, it's a mid-30s to low 30s. It's somebody who is choosing to rent. It's either because, when they buy a house, they want to buy a forever house, so they're waiting a little bit longer, or they've just decided, you know what? I've looked at it, and from a financial perspective, to live in the community that I want to live in long term, renting is better from a financial perspective. And that is completely foreign. My parents would, flip out. I still don't understand, but that's the realities of the world. But I think all that boils down to, and when they did the multifamily at Alpharetta and every other one of them, they all do the same research. And I don't know, I wasn't involved, but I can guarantee you that Avalon did not have a renter profile that said everybody in here is going to be 52 years old. So the market kind of dictates things. Our research and who that renter is, we are looking at creating an environment, a live, work, play environment that people don't associate as a mall, and that provides them the amenities that, frankly, they probably can't get anywhere else other than other similar high-quality mixed-use developments, and walking downstairs, walking to work, hanging out with their friends, meetups and greet-ups, not having maintenance. There's a lot of advantages to it. And I don't know if I answered your question, but...
No, I think you're getting at it, and I appreciative of the fact that redefining what remains of the existing building is so important to the overall success of this, because it's the first piece of changing the perception of really what that whole area has the potential to be. Right? And the community is obviously very invested in making that side of 400 and that corridor as an appealing place to be as any in the community. And this piece is so integral to making that whole plan work.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Let me back up a second, because I fully believe this is a great plan. I'm going to fly over. That's gorgeous. Your whole video is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, we all want to be there, right? I mean, that's it. Walk me through your sequential progression of how you're going to do this. I mean, in a granular nature of July 2022 right now. I know you got your architects with Torty Gallus, great, or my architects too. I got Sarah Alexander doing stuff for me. And so take me from that. How long is it going to take you to, they need to go do your drawings. Do you at the same time you're running through permitting, go through how you're, and I know it can all change, but just for right now, very broad context, let's go through some dates here of how you're going to end up getting to the product that we all hope to enjoy.
Sure. As long as you promise not to hold me to a month.
Like I said,
going off
we understand
our
everything.
Next step after this, which kind of brings me back a little bit to your question, is, time is of the essence with regards to anything, and I'll let Carl speak to this, but in my opinion, I think the best thing you guys could do for us is make a motion, provide your opinion on what, and make it official that, hey, this is our opinion on what needs to happen here. And I say that, so it's good context. We have everybody kind of signed up, ready to go, with regards to the land disturbance permit is our next major hurdle after DRB. So we got to finish the design criteria, move into construction drawings, price all that, go through that exercise, go to DRB, get all that approval, which I believe we had earmarked for the first couple months of the year. And
first 4 months, good.
First couple months of next year. So we're moving into
so
documentation.
8 months away. Okay.
While this is happening, New York Life is going through their approval processes to get approval to do this entire development. But all that's kicked off with zoning approval, obviously. That results in a start of, our tenants, we've already been negotiating to some extent, but we can't sign on the dotted line with anybody with regards to relocations of existing tenants, that sort of thing. So all that kicks off in full force, and all that results in a demolition starting, I believe it's middle summer of next year, Monica, third Q3 of 23. She should be the one up here answering these questions. Q3 of 23, I believe we had 6 or 8 months of demolition, infrastructure work, that sort of thing. And then we start going vertical with the village and the first phase of multifamily. And the improvements, obviously, at the green and the entry in the mall. We would also be doing the renovations to the interior of the mall at the same time. So that all of that kind of completes at the same time as phase one. The interior renovations would probably complete slightly before the vertical. The first phase of development, we probably start turning our first units and spaces over to tenants and units over to residents in about 18 months and complete those in about 26 months. And I believe we have our timeline, which is kind of the crux of all of that, is that we're beginning the planning process for the next phase of development at the time we're turning over those units, and then that's kind of they kind of overlap and keep moving on. When it comes to things like the hotel, the other retail anchors, the office building, we'll be actively marketing all of those spaces and or pieces of land during this whole time. And, we have, again, quality standards with this development that have to be achieved. And if we have partners come in that can meet those quality standards and are willing to kind of do it up front, then we're going to take advantage of that. If it takes us kind of selling them more on what we actually accomplish before that happens, that's what the market dictates.
So we'll kind of go back to that a second just to make sure I heard everything, because there was a lot in that. Maybe we'll get a little more technical. So you demo in Q3 2023, right? So let's just, is that September, October, somewhere in there?
Yeah.
You got 8 months plus another, let's just say 24 months, right, for site development and vertical, right? So that's...
Yeah, I would say
25.
for site and...
Site and construction.
Site and construction. So the demo portion,
yeah,
and the development is going to be probably 8 plus 24, let's say that.
Okay, so you got to expand. We're trying to understand how long it takes you to do something.
Yeah.
We've had other, I think Avalon, they did it 25 months, right? When they said go, boom, they did it in 25. You have a longer process. You got leases and you got tenants, you're moving.
Yeah, I mean,
we need to understand all that, how long it's going to take you to execute.
Yeah, for this first phase, the only thing that extends it longer than any other development is the relocation of existing tenants and the demolition aspect. It takes us 8+ months to get back to the dirt.
So you could say 8 months, if you started now, 8 months to get all your drawings ready to go, and then 32 months to really kind of have the final product open doors of where we're enjoying your product.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. So that's 40 months from
Doing
now.
a lot of math in my head here, but
I'm going with you because I don't want to be up here saying, 5 years, and you got to do it in 5 years, and you're like, well, hold on.
Yeah.
You don't understand my process. So I want to be very thorough, kind of how we're looking at this. So you're talking 40 months. So it's about 3.5 years really from right now. So that's, about, I guess you could say 2025, coming Christmas of 2025, you're open.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Is that right? Yeah. Did I do that right?
For phase 1.
That's correct.
For phase 1.
Which
You got a thumbs up back there.
Yeah.
You got a thumbs up back there.
You got a thumbs up. Okay. All right. And then how long do you wait before you start phase 2? Are you going to look for I need to stabilize for 18 months before I do that?
No, we are underwriting that we begin planning on the second phase at the delivery of the first units of the first, which is if a multifamily project is 24 months long, typically you're delivering the first units about 18 months. So I guess December of 25, we're going to start our planning, design, permitting process, I guess 5-ish months before that.
Okay. So 12 months in between?
Yeah, so that's about, it's 12 to 12
so
months.
2026, you're starting to build phase 2.
Yeah, you'd say 12 to 18 months is what you would typically say if you were just spitballing
Yeah, because you get a requirement of July is it phase 2 on here, July 25th, 2027. That if you don't, it all goes for lease. So you're going to be running 6 months tight there.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're 6 months off, you're going to lose it and it's going to go for sale.
Yeah, that's
okay.
right.
Okay, so we're trying to go through this, understand a little bit better. I'm trying to get into is almost the number of units and the density there.
Well, and if I can
please
interject. No, I'm thrilled with the attention to detail that you're drilling down on in regards to the phasing of the overall application, and I'm feeling the same way. And I know we've had these conversations over the last couple of years about the open space, and I heard you say a couple of things when you were doing sort of coming back with some answers to questions that we had earlier, but obviously this is not our first mixed-use application. Our city has had the privilege of approving a number of mixed-use applications, and the quality of those developments are outstanding, and it's not something that comes by easily. We as a board take significant amount of time, and staff takes a significant amount of time about drilling down and understanding all of the complexities and all of the different mix of uses, and understanding how that fits with the city's goals, the city's strategies, and all that. And so suffice to say, over the last 7 years, we and several individuals that have recently moved to this area have said to me, Alpharetta has captured lightning in a bottle. I mean, given the amount of growth we have had in a short period of time, and the quality of the developments are phenomenal, and we're all proud of it. And I think that we want this to be at that same level. And unlike these other developments that we've been working and approved over the last 7 years, yours is the most complex. I mean, we're deconstructing a significant part of an old 1980s mall, and we're trying to recreate a mixed-use environment that is unique and not technically competing with some of these other Avalon and City Center and others. I mean, you've got a fine line to try to weave through there. And I say all that to say, I would like to spend time drilling down on what we're looking at from an open space perspective, because in order for me to support anything, we as a board should be looking at what the total number is. And you indicated that you think the amenity is undercounted and it doesn't accurately represent what's truly there. It's undercounted. You mentioned that the Stormwater Park is not even, I believe it's in the civic counting.
Yes.
But you said you didn't need that in order to meet the civic requirements. And when I look at that, and we'll ask staff to comment on that, you just barely make the civic requirement right now. So if you take out the 2-3 acres of that Stormwater Park, you're not meeting that component. And it's, I'm not trying to be difficult, but but this component, in addition to the density on the multifamily, is critical to the success. And for me to support, it can't be fluid tonight. I need to know what those numbers are. And because when we've approved when we've looked at these other successful applications, those numbers were hard numbers. And the reason they're hard is because they are integral to the success of the overall development. And I feel like I'm beating a dead horse to death tonight about that, but it is, that's critical to me. And I understand trademark. You've not been here before, you've not developed here before, you've not really done anything in the Atlanta area, but when you look around our city, which you guys have spent a tremendous amount of time here doing, which I value and I applaud you, what you see, the reason it's so successful is because of the amount of time that our staff, our boards have taken to get them there. And you've got much more layers, moving parts than anything else we've seen. But I got to go back to the open space, and I need to understand from staff if, in fact, the Stormwater Park, you exceeded and you don't need it, or now you're under. So help me with that. I really think that we as a board should understand what that looks like.
Let me make a suggestion here. I know we have spent quite some time back and forth and almost discussing the application at this time. Why don't we, and I know every question generates additional questions, allow the applicant to finish their presentation, and then we still have public comment. And then we'll see where we are at, and we can, I have a recommended or suggested path forward, but I'd like to hear their presentation all the way to the completion, and then we can kind of take it from there. And you're taking the questions very well at this very late hour, and so we appreciate that, but you understand the sentiments here. So why don't you proceed to finish, and then we'll revisit it during the discussion after the...
Sure, I'll just say two things to close up mine, and I'll hand it back to Carl. One is, I guess, to address your question really quickly. We are over our requirement of overall open space calculation, and the amenity spaces versus civic space and which one is designated as which. I think there's some fluidity in that. I hope that you can take a little bit of comfort in the fact that if our numbers aren't perfect, they're low. And so it's only going to get better. So having the document written that it's 18 acres or 18.2 or whatever it is, we're going to be able to exceed that, and that exceeds the overall open space requirement. It really doesn't, my statement about it not being required or required really doesn't matter one way or the other. It doesn't affect what, I say, it doesn't affect what we're doing with the Stormwater Park one way or the other. So that doesn't change anything from our goals and the goals that we've agreed to with staff for that park. But anyway, most important thing I'd like to say is thank you very, very much. It has been a pleasure working with your staff over the last year. It has been a pleasure working, speaking with council and other business leaders and this group, and having, a sophisticated conversation that isn't, everything needs to be emotional when you're talking about something like this, but there is a careful balance there. So I just want to say thank you, and I hope I did my best with regards to answering your questions, and I'd be happy to answer any more, but I'll let Carl step in here.
Thank you.
It sounds like you want to go to public comment now, and I'm happy to wait and try to address conditions after that.
No, we have to finish your presentation before the public comment period.
Okay.
Procedure.
Well, okay, right. Well, let me say first of all, I've done this longer than I'd like to think, and heard a lot of developer presentations, and many more have erred on the side of vision and hot air than those who have said we can really do what we're showing you on a plan. So I think that's the spirit in which Weston, who knows a lot more about development than I do, has tried to respond to your questions. With regard to the fluidity on some of the redlined conditions, I think we described those. I don't know that we can come up with, for example, the loose ends would be a better definition of a hotel, better timing on the grocery. As I said, I think some of the others, such as impact fees, have been resolved. But if the one thing that I think can't be, if this is the question, and this is where Ms. Richard, you were going with this, we need more time to try to come up with answers to this. That may work on some of these. It may work on phasing. You may be able to say, well, look, we've looked at it. We think we can do it in 8 years instead of 9 or something like that. I think what the biggest issue, the elephant in the room, has been, and I said this when I started, is the number of multifamily units. And if the expectation is that is something that's going to be resolved next month because it's not resolved this month, my sense, and I'm saying this in an attempt to be very direct and not waste anybody's time, is my impression from discussions with my client is that is not a number that's going to change. So I think in that case, we're happy to come back, but it may make more sense and be more efficient for you all to make a recommendation of what you think is appropriate and let New York Life decide whether that's something they can live with or not.
Understood.
All right. Thank you.
Are you finished with your presentation?
We are.
Okay.
Yeah, available for questions.
All right. Now, if you have further questions, we can continue the questions. This is a long process. You don't have to make a decision tonight if you don't feel comfortable making a decision, if you don't understand what you're voting on. But it's good to allow those who actually came tonight to make comments, so they can make their comments. But begging the question, how you want to proceed. Do you want to continue asking additional questions at this time? Because you can ask questions even after the public comment. All right. We'll open this meeting for public comment. Those in favor, please come forward. Seeing none, those in opposition, please come forward. None in favor, none in opposition.
Now that's done.
All right, I close public comment, and I will ask whether you want to say anything before I turn this over to the board. I just closed public comment.
It was oppositions or...
All right, come forward. As you have said, anybody who wants to make a comment.
My name is DJ. I'm a resident in Alpharetta. off of Norseman, Winthrop. I know it's been a long, actually, evening for everybody, and I appreciate really for everybody's contributions and really comments. And Kathy did a great job. We appreciate actually for your commitment.
Please face the microphone so it can be recorded.
I was to say actually we appreciate actually the developers' commitment trying to put actually the time and the money with us, and the same thing was with the council. The only thing is it looks great and everything, but we needed time. I'm not convincing myself really what's been sold, and we need time to be really convincing with that part of it. Ms. Brett really said it well, and we need time to be really convincing, and developer needs to give us really more details of really convincing time on that. That's all it is.
Thank you. All right, I opened and I'm asking whether there's anybody else before I close it again. All right, no one else who is coming forward. All right, I close public comment, and the applicant, did you say you want to say anything else? We usually allow for rebuttal. And I need to ask whether you have anything you'd like to add before I turn this over to the board. But the board can always ask questions during the discussion phase. All right, I'm turning this over to the board for discussion and our motion. And I'll start by saying, this is a public meeting. This is a public process that we have to go through, and we're looking at a master plan amendment of this magnitude, rezoning and conditional use. Approval with a variance, of course, but it's not an adversarial relationship with a corporate entity or individual who come and present an application before the board, which eventually goes to council. It is a cooperative relationship because the interest here is the same. It's what is in the best public interest. It is understandable, I would actually say reasonable, indeed expected that anyone who wants to take on a project like this would consider economic viability as one of the major factors of that decision-making process. That is understandable, reasonable, and expected. On the other hand, there is that expectation on the public side in the city, for example. There are people who are invested in this city. There is a reason that Alpharetta is Alpharetta. We try to be very deliberate in the way we grow and develop. We want managed, controlled growth so that, the property values are maintained, the quality of life is maintained and actually improved and promoted, and the health of the public. So there are so many things to balance when we look at this. I always consider a mission to be who you are, what you're about, where you want to go. Vision is how you want to look like when you get there. And of course, you have the values. There are things you're not going to compromise to get to where you want to go and how you want to look like. And then there are strategies, how are you going to get there. And those can change as you go based on how things are unfolding. I recognize that the applicant, the developer, everybody has spent tremendous amount of time, and our staff has, which we tremendously appreciate, for you doing that. This is almost creating a city within a city, and it's going to impact a lot in the future, and that's why these people sitting in front of you are very concerned, and rightly so, in making sure we do the right thing that is in the public interest, that's reasonable, fair to the applicant here. So having said that, there is a significant investment of money that's going to be made here to do a demolition. I will say this, redevelopment is much, much more difficult, much more expensive, much more complicated, I said that already, than new development. Mm-hmm. You have to consider there is a significant amount of concrete to be, demolished, and a lot of pavement and a lot of utilities to be removed, and before you can even do anything. There is also maintenance of operations. There is, there is a mall, there are offices, there is traffic, and while you do all these things, you have to maintain operations because there is a mall that's existing there. It's significant work, and I can recognize the investment that you are making. And we would not want to to rush this to the point where we are haphazardly and regretting a decision that's made, that maybe we should have spent a little more time looking at it. We've got to make sure that each person that takes a vote here knows what they are voting on, what we are recommending to council. We don't want to kind of kick the can down the road or say, it's not my job, let council deal with it. We want to make a recommendation that's clear to them. So I implore the board as we sit here, as have listened to both the staff and the applicant, the level of comfort in moving forward, how much time you believe you need to take to consider this tonight. I am willing to sit here all night if that's what you want to do. This is important, but let's hear the collective infinite wisdom of the board in terms of how to proceed.
Well, I appreciate your comments, Chairman, and I do want to thank Trademark. You did a really good job tonight. Thank you for all your time that you have invested with our city and our staff, and we do really want to work with you and to make this the vision that our city has. But I really am not comfortable tonight weeding through all these recommendations because they are fluid. I think there needs to be some more discussions between staff and the applicant to really nail down some of the definitions, some of the more conditions, so that we're really clear as to what we're voting on next time. So I might consider tabling it until the applicant and the city can get together.
You have the option to defer, to table, give specific directions to the applicant and staff as to what the level of comfort you want to be at before we take a vote, or we can, as the applicant suggested, make a recommendation to council with a vote what the board would like to council to consider, or continue discussions. I think you had a comment.
I'd love to hear from everybody.
There is a part of me. I'll be transparent. I'm generally in support of this project. However, it gets back to the question I asked Kathy 3 hours ago. Which of these conditions that we got is this city in agreement with, and which ones are they not? And when there's this volume of them, I know the gentleman from Trademark, he did a good job of, and the second gentleman hit on some of these, but not all. And so as much as I'm prepared to talk about what I like about the project, I am a little concerned process-wise that we don't have a clean sheet of conditions where it's very clear that where the city and the applicant are in agreement and where they're not in agreement. And even though I do think upon a scan, once I get beyond page 1 or 2, do I think these are big hitters? Do I think they're the elephant in the room? I don't, but it's still not one clean set of conditions that we typically have. Or if it's not in total agreement, we know condition 7 the applicant doesn't agree with, or the city doesn't agree with, and it's clean, and it's easy to make a decision, to Karen's point, and to some other comments that were made. So that's my 2 cents.
If you want to take that step and see whether there is agreement between the staff and the applicant, we can do that, which typically we'll do this during the presentations. And I know that the applicant, I was expecting that they would come back and explain their markups. But is that what you'd like to do tonight?
I don't know if it's practical to do that at 10:30 at night, or if it's practical. I don't know if that's something that could be turned around in 24 hours or 48 hours. I'm prepared to stay. I live across the street, so that's fine.
If you don't mind, I'd like to offer this up. I'd kind of like to hear from everybody a little bit where you kind of stand temperature-wise. After that, I'd love to hear from Kathy, just to kind of have some questions from Kathy, and then we can kind of, I don't know how you guys kind of feel about that. I just want to take everyone's temperature a little bit, but we're here to do a job, and I'd love to do it.
I'd like to add to that, and that is that the redevelopment of the mall, I think, is a great idea. And the project here has a lot of good things, but there's some very open-ended things that I'm having, that I have some issue with, and also reconciling the conditions also. So the plan itself is great. That's a bunch of asphalt that needs to be dug up and redone. And I applaud Trademark and New York Life for wanting to do that and investing a lot of money. That's a lot of money to put here in our community, and I appreciate that. Again, but with some of the open-ended issues, the front-loading of the apartments, that's just one thing that is that I have an issue with. But otherwise, really, the reconciliation of the conditions is very important.
My turn? Okay.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. I think the presentation was fabulous, and staff's involvement and the staff report is extremely comprehensive. I've made my point in regards to what is important to me. One of the key components is open space. I don't have clarity on that. I am uncomfortable in not having specifics when I'm looking at an 83-acre mixed use. That's just a something that is important to me. And I also think I would like to see more detail in regards to, Fergal, I think you mentioned it earlier in the discussion about the conceptual rendering of the North Point Drive and the entrance into this fabulous development. There are no renderings. There are no conceptual renderings around what the main entrance will look like. And that to me sets the tone for the environment. It's the sense of arrival coming into this brand new development, and the lack of detail and support around those types of components are, for me, I'm missing that, and I would prefer to see more of those details while if it's another meeting, a week or two, whatever it is, that would be important for me to be able to make a solid decision on the application.
I think from a temperature perspective, to use the analogy, I would be inclined, without much reservation, to stay, if that was the consensus of the board, was to stay and do the work that we could. I don't know that I would find much objectionable about the recommendation from the staff report as written. The sense that I get is that, notwithstanding some of the work that we've just talked about, we still come back to the two major components here, which is what is the impact of the timing limitations that we put in terms of phases, and then ultimately what is the number. And if I understand correctly, we may be able to work through some of the minor items, and I don't mean to say that word casually, but in terms of some of what these red line items are, but we're still probably not going to get anywhere without making some decision to say, here's what we'd like the timing to be, here's what we can live with from a unit mix, and then not kicking the can down the road, but at least giving some guidance for those who would next have to deal with this.
I had written down like several different notes at the beginning of the night of certain kind of broad context kind of things you kind of hear out there. There was like density, site, history, affordability, workforce housing, all these kind of big things that were kind of going around. I came back to the 1992, this was kind of developed, right? It was really kind of the start. I mean, I'm not going to say the start of Alpharetta. It was with the largest kind of development in Alpharetta at that time. There's no other site like this. The greatest history and scale is on this site. No other site can handle kind of the density we're talking about. that has it, and certainly has the legacy and the heritage behind it. You know, it's saddled between Mansell, two different exit points. You have a corridor that runs parallel to the 400 of West Side. You got North Point, you have that. The CID group built a beautiful Encore bridge on one side of it, right, to create access in there. Shows the quality and the commitment of everybody around here to do this. We spent 2 years kind of going through what do we need to help the small. And I think it was absolutely we have the investment to do something in this area and to help every operator or investor to come in, developer, to create a whole new vision, a whole new destination for us all to have the best experiences with our family, right? Because that's what we want to do. We've been lucky through the history of success of Avalon and City Center to have great operators and developers come to us and create these new experiences. And there was a lot of hesitation in that. There was a lot of people saying, no, we didn't want Avalon, right? We didn't, hold on, we went through Prospect Park, first of all. So we went through a downturn in the market, which kind of, unfortunately for that developer, didn't work out. The lightning in the bottle was we had North American come in and do Avalon, and there was a lot of hesitation. A lot of people were like, hold on, we're not doing all this multifamily. We're not doing this. We've never seen this multi-use before. We went through all that and vetted it out, came out the other side with a product that's hailed nationally as one of the best destinations to come to. And it's infused Alpharetta now with even additional economic kind of development, right, and all different kind of sources. And then we had City Center kind of behind this, so we will need to pay attention to North Point and to kind of do it. So my opinion is when we look at the density is that I'm not a big fan of the favor of the unit mix, but certainly kind of yield a little bit to we have to have this. I understand we have a comprehensive plan and we want to stay within those parameters. If there's any way we're going to deviate from that, I would say there's overwhelming factors here of why we would build more faster and do it on this property to get it out there. Because my fear is, a greater risk is if we don't help an investor or a developer to be successful here, we're going to have a problem. We're going to kind of keep working through or a declining kind of pace. But there will be. We have such a great community. We have such a great engagement here that this will become a new destination. But my fear is kind of like Prospect Park. You don't know what's going to happen 5 years from now, 7 years from now. You could have the serious conditions that changes all that. And when I look at the phasing of this and look at phase 3, I want a townhome. I want to buy into this like any citizen would. Why is it going to take me 6 to 10 years to get there? And will it ever even happen? Will it ever materialize? Or even within the residential component of people kind of wanting to live on that? So the offering kind of there is to bring that connectivity, you know, between the multifamily and the housing and bring it onto the property earlier, because the fear is what if it doesn't happen? And it just, the plan doesn't work out because it was so elongated it didn't work. The complexity inside that, working with the tenants, I fully understand what it is, and kind of the access points that you were talking about, Karen, and all that. And, you know, we could say you have to have this and have to have that, but what's in front of us, I'm not totally on board on. I mean, I'm bored on working with it, but I'm bored on kind of like we need to maneuver around it a little bit. I'm concerned of some comments that I heard tonight that, because I came in tonight with the quality of the operator and the investor of the highest respect for New York Life, kind of coming in, highest respect for trademark. We did a lot of kind of work, kind of, you know, researching you, or I did anyway. Kind of, you know, who are the players on the table, right? Because we all need to be a team. So let's work together and kind of get there. You said something kind of a little bit about 8 months from now, and then New York Life's going to make a decision whether they want to do this project or not. And I'm, you know, that little concerned. What's the ability to be able to execute? Probably a small concern, but it's there. Just a little crack in the, you know, is there issues behind that or not? I don't want to create something that's not there, but it was a concern. But I'd love to at this point. I mean, if there's anything, we don't have a total plan. It's up to us to, or staff to kind of go figure that out. But I'd love to point out to them what we really want changed, or at least, you know, if we can't come to an agreement, then we obviously shift to a later date. I'd love to hear from Kathy, if you don't mind, Kathy, coming up and talking about, you know, would staff be willing to deviate a little bit in the comprehensive plan of the 300 there, maybe add 450 into phase 1? Can we combine phase 2 and phase 3? I know it's a developer kind of doing this, but at the same time, so worried about the time frame here, and how do we mitigate that?
Yeah, and the board, the Planning Commission, can make those recommendations if you think that it should be, you know, a different mix for rent, for sale, or a different number. I mean, it's something that you could certainly change some of those recommended conditions.
The question I'd ask the board is, are you in a position to either make that recommendation, or do you need additional information, additional time to make what I would consider an intelligent, that's the wrong choice of word, recommendation?
Well, Chairman, can you refresh my memory on what it means to defer versus table versus, what does that mean?
You defer to a specific date. If you table, it's open-ended, just when you want to take an application off the table to discuss. Could be the next meeting, could be 2 meetings from now. What I would be asking is, are you ready to take this off the table? We have gotten enough information to proceed with it. If you say we want to defer it to the next meeting, it's going to be on the agenda, it's going to be advertised. Staff would like to know that.
So I would say based on that, a table would be the better option, because we don't want to force a date on the applicant and without, I mean, I think a table means that we give the applicant time to go back to consider some of the concerns and questions and things that are not tied up, and work with staff on addressing that. And so the table, when they have the opportunity to complete that, then it would come back on an agenda and we would take it off the table. So we're not giving them a hard date. It's basically what works best for the applicant based on their time with staff, is the way I understand it.
And what is important is to make sure that it's communicated clearly what that additional information that the board needs and how it's going to receive it. Let's say, for example, you want to have a workshop, additional workshop, or you want to just get more data. That way, it's not just silent. We come back, we are the same place we were, because they were not clear what you are looking for in order to move the needle. Our job is to facilitate the public process, to make a recommendation to City Council, so that City Council can make a decision, or the final decision. So that's what the applicant and I believe staff would want to hear. What is it that the board needs, and then we can determine how it's going to be communicated. If you think that additional discussions or questions to staff and applicant tonight is necessary to say, all right, we want to change this number to this, you don't want to be just pick a number because you like the number. It needs to be thoughtful and fair and reasonable.
Can I ask a question, and I apologize if I've lost it in some of the discussion this evening. Is the proposed 900 number itself a compromise number? Was the proposal originally for a number larger than 900, and this number is about a product of already discussion? And if so, where did they start?
That's a question for Ms. Cook. And while she is thinking about it and coming forward, that's the number before us right now.
1,200. I just don't remember. I just don't. Yeah. And again, I apologize. Yeah.
They didn't have a formal application with 1,200. The only formal application we have is 900.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what we are considering.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just under a little bit about where we get in process, and it sounds as though the city is working very diligently to be a good partner. It sounds like some of the work that the Development Authority has done in terms of some of the other items that were discussed earlier is a good faith effort to make the numbers of it work.
Right. And they did discuss 1,200, but when they went through the submittal, the actual public hearing application included 900, and I think I don't know if it was Carl that spoke about that earlier, but basically it was an attempt to lower that number when they said.
And the applicant did say that. They started at 12.
Okay, I apologize. That's right. Okay, thank you.
Yes, we have the 900 in the application. Then the idea is with the comprehensive plan, we take that over a longer period of time. So I think through our discussion is, could we shorten up that period of time? Does that work better for us, what we look at? And I'll be honest, I don't think we can come to agreement. I'll be honest, there's too many differences just hearing everyone's perspectives. I can tell you, I mean, I could get to the 900. I wish there was more townhomes on there, more for sale kind of product. I would love the speed in this to be happening. I'm so worried about the longevity of it, of make the investment, build it right, make the experience there. I believe there'll be a home run for them. I think it'll be a complete win of I think if you have every multi-mode of transportation possible on here. I mean, if you added a helipad, it'd have everything. I've never seen a site that has so many advantages to it. And the corridor of North Point Drive, I wish that was addressed too, I'll be honest with you. And those would be my pieces. And I feel like I can't go tell them what to go do here. I wish staff would go work with them and just come back with something in there. And I hate to table anything. I'll just be honest, I hate to table anything. I wish we could just kind of get it. But I don't think we're going to make a motion and come to an agreement. So
from what I'm hearing, and this is read to the applicant, is that we like the master plan. It's excellent. You have put in a lot of work. It's something we'd like to see. I don't think anybody here is expressing opposition to this application. What the concerns I hear, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the board would like to see a reduction in the number of for rent units and an increase on the for sale on occupied. And there is also a sentiment expressed that we'd like to see probably be a little more clear on the schedule, the sequencing, phasing and sequencing of what you're going to do, so there is a little more clarity, which is more painting the picture, the vision, and to get that excitement. And knowing this is what we are getting here, it's going to take several years to do. So if there is a possibility of looking at this, reevaluating the mix between the for sale, for rent, increasing the for sale, reducing the for rent, and also having more for sale on the front end, there is also a need to make sure we have a very good number, at least a minimum, good estimate of the open space. That's another consideration that we want to hear from you. And then how does that information come to the commissioners? Would it be reasonable to expect to have maybe some type of workshop to discuss this, and Kathy, I need some information as to how the process can move forward expeditiously and comprehensively at the same time.
So the next meeting is August the 4th, so it's something that could be on the agenda. If there's a deferral to that August 4th date, we could have it on the agenda. If the applicant is not ready, then of course we could just make a presentation that it's being deferred to the next meeting. But that gives it a date certain, so that people know to expect that it'll be here August the 4th. And we would just update the staff report and say, since the meeting, this is what was changed, and present that.
The next available meeting, I think I understood we have it on a meeting, but that's already advertised, or is it? Are we having a second meeting this month?
When you announce the date at the meeting that the item was advertised in, then you don't have to re-advertise. So at this particular meeting, people that were interested in the case would be present to find out that it was deferred.
It was deferred.
Date certain.
Correct. Okay. Yeah, I think that forces the issue. It makes sure that it's addressed. Because at a table, let me hear you first before I complete my sentence.
So I'd like to thank the applicant. I know this is...
Commissioner Richards had a comment.
Oh, that's okay. It's hard to see everybody when you're it's kind of a concave. I thought, Francis, you did I thank you for summarizing follow-up that we're looking for. And if I would I'd like to emphasize one other component for the applicant, and that is the phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3 concerning the grocery. I believe strongly in order for this to be a truly live, work, play, the walkability and the livability, it's critical to have certain components. And I think a grocery, some sort of grocery, I think, you know, I'm not looking for. Oops, sorry. God, is that me? Sorry about that. Okay. I think it's integral in order for it to be successful, and so I would strongly encourage to consider it in a phase 2 as opposed to towards the end. We talked a lot about the success of many of our mixed uses, and I know you don't want to be compared to Avalon, but given the size and given the mix of uses there, their grocery was there in phase 1. It was on the ground, it was open, and you can walk there. Whereas here, the walkability for livability type of things isn't here until phase 3. And I think that is, would be a detriment to the success of the development. So I just wanted to make that point about.
And that's an important point you just made, because that's the first thing I thought about when I read the application. Because again, mixed use is by definition mixed use. You're trying to reduce traffic to make sure that people live, work, and play there, and they need food. But you know, on the other hand, right-sizing that grocery is also important, because you can also create traffic by putting a very big grocery store and have people coming elsewhere. But I know the applicant knows that much better than we do regarding how to right-size the various uses within a mixed-use development. Did you have a comment? This
Turn my microphone back on. I didn't know if there was any value if we were moving towards resuming this at a later meeting, whether while we were here, whether there was any value in addressing with any specificity any of the quote-unquote minor red lines to minimize the number of things to do, or just defer that to additional conversation between the applicant and the staff.
That is true, and again, you want to get as much information as quickly as you can get it, and if it is much more expedient to do it now, then you do it now. If it's better to wait until later, it's a decision the board would have to make.
So I guess then I would ask the staff, based on some of these red lines, and not necessarily inviting line-by-line comment on them, but if there are some where you'd say, we don't really have an issue with that, and I'll just use by way of example, whether or not the co-working space is in the mall or not in the mall.
Right.
Those kinds of things are in a red line, but in a subsequent version to us might not necessarily be.
Yeah, and we'll take this time, and if there are a few of those that we're okay with, we'll make sure that they're not redlined, and we'll just include those within the staff recommendation.
Okay.
And they would be, again, they would change based on if there is a new or any modification to the application. The applicant may come back and say, no, I can't do it. There's nothing else I can do. But again, I think it's better to wait until that next phase to consider them comprehensively. It's going to be better, much more prudent to consider, you know, the conditions at that time. But anyways.
So I'd like to thank the applicant. It's been a long night. We've had some difficult conversations. As they say, difficult conversations leads to better relationships. It's a little contentious up front, but we end up working for a better product, and that's what we're all here committed to do. And I think, you know, in our discussions kind of tonight, I don't think we were kind of bridging a little bit of what we were trying to get to. Is we wanted some movement, or some kind of movement there. So I think the best thing for us to do is to shift and let staff have an opportunity, in the applicant. And look, maybe nothing changes. I mean, they might come back and say, this is the way it is. That's the hard line. Take it or leave it. We'll take our investment. We'll leave Alpharetta. Totally understand that. I mean, that's it. But at the end of the day, our job is to make sure that, you know, what's presented to us has the feeling of the community. The citizens will absolutely be behind it, and we all kind of work together for the best product. forward. So I guess with that, if we don't mind, so I was going to make a motion unless you guys want to say something. I'd like to make a motion to defer this item to the August 4th meeting so we can put a date on it. We define exactly what that is for application MP-22-03/Z-22-05/CU-22-02 V-2207 North Point Mall redevelopment, Newark Life.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. All in favor, please raise your right hand. It has been deferred to the next meeting, and it will be advertised, well, not advertised, but we'll consider it at that time. Again, thank you, everybody, for showing up. It's an important application, and this is not unusual for things like this. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.